Breakfast burrito time. Oh, we'll be back on the road shortly. Don't even trip. Don't you worry. Shouts out to Jonathan Fran early in the morning. Yep, we are okay. Jonathan about to get back on the road. I don't know why they took that other load off of us.
I don't either. Unless they canceled.
very faint. Not as loud as it was.
because I know Reno. Okay. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Oh, okay. Okay, well, yeah, I should, well, we'll know better come tomorrow how far I am, but like I said, we'll be at the TA. The Reno drop is only 6 miles away from the TA, but then we gotta go 35 miles to Carson City and 35 miles back to get to Spark. So, oh, yeah, I won't be within 50. Okay, no, I'll trust you. Okay, yeah, I mean, as long as I can get the 8,500 by the time we close out tomorrow, then I'm fine. Oh, yeah, I'll be there. Yep, we'll be there tomorrow. All right, thank you, girlie. Okay, bye. The trailer being empty, they can give us the full amount of miles. Like I told her, we have a drop in Reno. I said, and we have to go to Carson City and then come back to 35 miles to Carson City, 35 miles back. So that's total 70 miles, 76 going to Reno. So we're looking at 75 miles off the 538.
Yeah.
So we're 535, so that puts us at 460. 460, it'll be close. She said, even if you can at least just make it to Spark. She said you should be at 8534. Okay, well that's all that matters. She said they had to take the other load off, but because they're trying to get somebody else home. So they gave it to somebody else. I said, hey, I'll charge you as long as I can make my 85. She said, are you trying to get to the 8,000? No, I said, I can't. I got to get to 8,500 or else I don't get my extra 3 cents per mile.
Right.
I know it's only $300, but I'll take my $300. Huh?
I was gonna say, what's that? $250?
Yeah, it's about $300. So I mean, I'd rather take it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you're right. It's right about $250. So yeah, I'll take that $250. That'll help us get caught up on our mortgage because maybe it gets paid on Friday.
Kids are slacking.
Huh?
Kids are slacking.
Yeah.
Well, like you said, they got to figure it out. They're grown, right?
Yeah. We figured it out.
We out here grinding every day. For some years, we've been grinding every day.
Right.
Whichever one will be quicker. Which one do you think will be quicker?
Let's break it up separate, yeah.
Okay.
Wairika, or are we gonna try to stay in front of this damn storm?
I think we should try to stay in front of the storm. Because that storm is moving east. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We don't know how fast it's moving. Or we possibly could stay in Wairika and wait it out, and then the storm would be to pass by. I don't know.
If we can stay in front of it, technically we can stay in Susanville. If the snows and the shafts are on this part, we should be able to get through Susanville without too much harm. But at least we don't have to deal with those mountains. There being snow. It'll probably be dark by the time we park in Susanville, but
But today,
did we park in the dark last time we went to Susanville?
yeah.
We got there at like 8.
They're right there, 55. I gave him all the piece of Velcro.
dark by the time we get to Centerville, but then we can sleep in. And how about we're only going to be 100 miles from Reno?
Oh, really?
From Sparks, like 105 or something like that.
I didn't even see his ass. Where the hell he come?
It's right in, yep. I saw the sign for Flagger. So I'll try to keep it minimal. We don't need cigarettes, we're good, right? No cigarettes. I still have cigarettes down below. Okay, so we're good on cigarettes, we're good on toilet tissue. I'm going to grab some Kleenex. I'm going to see what type of lunch meat or
Like I said,
burritos
lunch meat.
for dinner.
Yeah, lunch meat, frozen burritos, TV dinners. Like we can get some meat, you know what I'm saying? But like on the late nights where we gotta settle for burritos, I don't mind doing burritos. I just want to have room for plenty of ice in there, you know what I'm saying? And still be able to have meat. That's why I was suggesting the TV dinners. But when will we be going shopping again after today?
On our way back up. I mean, we drop it on the first. We get paid on the first, so I'm gonna pay what bills I can on the first and try to. I was hoping Kiana was gonna give us the full 700 so we could take care of our bills and get caught up on them.
They ain't giving it to us.
Not the full 700, they're not, because she said she can only give us like 300 because they got to take care of. They got to register her car, they got to take care of the storage, they got to pay us, and it's just her check. So if she give us more than 300, she said she will. But I'm just saying, right now we have $600 in the bank, and we're going to take 200 of that and go shopping. So that leaves us with $400. If they give us 3 plus our, yeah, it's going to be tight, but we need food.
Maybe we can get a meatloaf.
Like a small meatloaf?
Like the meatloaf dinner that you warm up.
Oh, yeah?
No, I'm just trying to think of stuff that. That'll be a full night's dinner. We still got chicken in there. I bought a bunch of chicken last night. Spent $28. Got you that orange chicken stick.
That was really good.
Yeah.
Like I said, if I keep it minimal at the scope shop and minimal at the dollar store, you keep it minimal at the grocery store, we should be okay.
probably bypass those.
Huh?
I'd probably bypass those.
Well, how much do you have left in the bucket?
Still some chocolate and stuff in there, but maybe I can find some cheap candy like the sour candies that I like, or the suckers.
Oh, like the blow pops?
Yeah.
I mean, I can get them over there at the dollar store, but they usually end up being like, it's $1.25, you only get like 6 or 7 of them. But you might be able to find some suckers at less than $10.
So we are picking up the trailer that's going to Reno?
Yeah.
I was going to say he cold. That's what's going to
Good morning. Right. Hold on a second.
defrosted. Or is it just foggy out here?
Thank you. Okay.
The new message has arrived.
Oh, I brought the little cute red leaf with me.
Okay.
The trailer is 6918.
What was the trailer?
6918. Did it right there?
Where? Looks like it. Yep. Need some help? Okay.
Let's see if I can get in there.
There you go, baby. Where's your trailer on that side? Your trailer over there or over here?
No, no.
It's 6718, man.
6918.
Go over the scale. You got to be under a legal limit. She's sliding them right now. got to be under a legal limit. That hub and that arrow has to be behind that hub or even with it, if that makes sense.
You already put the lock on there?
Yeah.
You?
Yeah.
You have 6 hours and 56 minutes of remaining drive time. A new message has arrived. Attention, a new important message has arrived.
Huh?
Attention, a new important message has
You
arrived.
can.
Attention, a new important message has arrived. A new message has arrived.
I was calling in for a live loan call. 24298. Thank you. I have 22. 6918. He's up in 6915. How? That's okay. Did you get it? Yeah, I resent it. $16,792. Yes. One 271022277. Yes. $593-6289. Yes and yes. The first one is actually going to Reno, which is 2200 Harbor Way. The second drop is in Carson City, 700 Old Creek Road, and then the third one is going to Sparks, Nevada, which is at 4810 Galleria Parkway. Yes. No. Wairika. Oh, okay. I got you. Okay. Yeah, if I'm running late and I tell the store to call, I'll make sure that I noted the person that I talked to that I have called to the next store. That way we're not hitting sleep. Okay, great. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right.
You going over that man's skill?
I sure the fuck is.
I know it.
Just because.
Just because.
Yep.
I'll keep it.
Yep. That cabinet is closed and open.
Huh?
That cabinet above you is open. I don't want you to get concussed.
Oh, look at like it.
Oh, there it goes. Oh, I can't go over this again. Oh, yes, I can. There was a cheap truck coming. He bucked. Right. He bucked up. Great.
How's your ice in the cup?
Mm-hmm.
Need some more ice?
I don't think so. I think I might be okay.
Want me to wait till you get on the freeway warming up?
No.
You have 6 hours and 56 minutes of remaining drive time.
Hello, you're welcome.
How many stops you got?
3.
I have to make sure all your paperwork's right.
Okay.
Some of it's missing.
Oh, no.
All right, I will get you on the computer. I'll give you a thumbs up when I'm done, and then you can go, okay?
Okay, thank
You have
you.
a safe trip.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I don't know what another honey mustard is.
I had one last night.
I don't know. I don't know what I did with it. She want barbecue.
I don't want barbecue. Can you cut those in half for me?
Yep.
Just so they're a little smaller and easier for me to pick up. Thank you.
Yep.
You got chicken for you?
Yep.
You have 7 hours and 58 minutes of remaining drive time.
saw the ranking for Mahomes' highest he's been ranked in weeks. Like quarterback 10 or 11 this week.
Well, that makes sense
touchdowns.
because at the end of the day, I mean, Lamar threw for 5 touchdowns against them, right? So I get that. You have Patrick Mahomes inside the top 12 at number 9. I would still say, though, that there are guys that you have ranked behind him that I would start, and one of them is absolutely wild, so Matthew, you have him ranked number 10 in that matchup against Seattle, and so I think that's an interesting one. I would have him Stafford over. The other one, and we had a caller about this when you weren't here for a hot second, is Bo Nix. I actually think Bo Nix is interesting. Remember, this Baltimore Ravens pass defense has given up the most passing yards. They've given up 4 300-yard efforts. The game script is going to be there, and Bo Nix offers some of that rushing floor that we have seen as well. I can't believe these words are about to come out of my mouth, but I think Bo Nix should be started over Patty Mahomes.
Yeah, I can't get there. I understand it, but we're going to really see what his arm is made of, right? Like, yes, teams are throwing on the Baltimore Ravens. I've been super impressed with him overall as a passer. He's been okay. I mean, he's got 8 passing touchdowns and 5 picks. He's got a 63% completion rate. When you look at the game log,
what about he runs
up against
for 40, 50 yards?
But who's the team that doesn't give up anything on the ground?
Yeah, I guess.
The Baltimore Ravens. The fewest yards per carry, the fewest rushing yards. It's coming off a game where he had 4 rushing yards. I understand it. Like, he's got 4 rushing touchdowns. He's got some games 35, 25, 47, 61, 75. He also has games of 3, 9, and 4. And now he's up against a defense that just doesn't give up anything on the ground. So I think the Ravens will be content with him, running. And forcing him
I'll
to throw the
double
football
check.
down the field to some
Double
of these
check the fridge.
weapons. So he is coming off his best game, 284 passing yards and 3 passing touchdowns. He has other performances like 138 yards, 60 passing yards against your Jets, 164 passing yards against the Saints in a game that really were in full control and they didn't need to throw the football. So it was really tough for me to, I have my 12. It's 2 spots against Patrick Mahomes. I think that I would 3 spots. I think I would just take the upside and give them the matchup against the Bucks for Patty Mahomes and your boy Hopkins. I mean, you're feeling Hopkins, right? So this is an opportunity maybe where he tosses it up with touchdowns. I think the biggest thing is these transition quarterbacks here is Matthew Stafford. Like, he's the biggest riser, right? He's a guy that you weren't thinking about starting. Now Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp are back. Kyron Williams is averaging like 22 attempts and 95 rushing yards over his last 5 games. He's got a touchdown in every game. This spot is just so nice against Seattle that, say you had, I don't know, Dak Prescott, you're sick of rolling out Dak Prescott. I actually don't mind him against the Falcons, but you're sick of Dak Prescott. You've been playing Anthony Richardson. You have CJ Stroud. Like, I have him at quarterback 27 against the Jets. Wow. That is a big baller. Like, Tua against Buffalo, not interested. 1-7 in his career against the Bills. And overall, when you look at Tua's numbers in Buffalo, this is a guy who has really struggled. And I just don't really like that spot. I think that Miami's game plan, if they didn't want to throw the football against Arizona, a team that coughs it up, they're probably not going to want to throw the football against Buffalo when their biggest weakness on defense is stop the run.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. By the way, on our NFL betting show, I'm rare to fire with a little Devon Achane longest rush against the Buffalo Bills, given that run defense in Buffalo. But I digress. Listen, I like the staff. I like Geno, also, who you have right there in that same spot in the rankings. I also looked at this game, and at 48.5, I think is one of the higher totals on the board. We were just talking about how ass-happy the Seattle Seahawks have been in this Ryan Love offense. And you're right, with Stafford having the return of Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, no worries. I think both of those guys, Stafford and Geno Smith, are going to be good. And both are guys as well that I might have over Patty Mahomes. I guess you can't get there against Bo Nix. But garbage time against that Ravens, it's going to be some yards.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And if you have Bo Nix, you're pretty impressed with what you're seeing. He's just been a super flex quarterback for you. Now you're thinking about, like, he's scratching the surface of being, a low-end quarterback one, given the rushing upside. So Tua, by the way, 8 games against Buffalo, 1-7, 7 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. In his games in Buffalo, 4 touchdowns and 5 picks. A couple of those games at 56% completion rate and 53% completion rate. One of those games kind of unfair because it was cold weather in Buffalo. Another one of those games came on Halloween night.
4 touchdowns, 5 interceptions.
He was 21 for 39 and a 53% completion rate, 0 touchdowns. So, you have Tyreek Hill. I was feeling a little bit more from Jalen Waddle last week. I think he could do better than Jalen Waddle. For example, I know I've been trying to sell you a little bit on Jacoby Myers. Let's see if I can get you behind this. So, he's got 7 targets at least in 4 straight games. And I went back and looked at week 3, week 4, week 5, and week 8. So I forgot the first 2 weeks I crossed him off because Devontae Adams was on the squad. And he was getting going, along with Brock Bowers. And now we have Adams gone. And obviously, week 3, 4, 5, and 8, there's a couple missing. He didn't play in those games. So in the 4 games, overall, a team high 32% air yard share and 24% target share, 35 targets, 25 catches, and 235 yards. All of those numbers ahead of Brock Bowers. The Bengals defense hasn't impressed me. They didn't impress me last week. People still don't know if the Eagles offense is good because they played the Browns and the Giants and the Bengals over the past couple of weeks. But Jacoby Myers he's a target hawk. This is a guy that's going to get 7+ targets in an environment where they're probably going to be playing from behind and they can't run the football anyways. I think Jacoby Myers is pretty sneaky.
So, you have been trying to sell this for a little while. And the part that makes me want to buy more than anything else is nothing you're telling me about Jacoby Myers. It's the fact that they're facing the Cincinnati Bengals. That's what does it for me, right? Because that pass defense can be had. And to be quite honest, I think Cincy's going to be able to score. So the game script's going to be there. We know Vegas can't run anyways. Amir White has been a bust. That's not Amir Abdullah. Alexander Madison does not move the needle for me. And I know Joe Burrow at Cincy is
We'll take a quick timeout. There's still some other wide receivers we should discuss, like maybe the Bills trio of wide receivers, and we'll transition it and talk some running backs as well here. It is Rankings Wednesday. Not too early to get to your start or stick questions if you have them. 888-963-2682, 888-963-2682. Where does Tank Bigsby rank with the return of Travis? Continues in Sirius XM Sports.
Want to hear something scary? Spirits are swirling in the Sirius XM app with creepy Halloween dreams. Drift into the dark with Scream Radio. Here's Johnny. Ride with the devil into Nitro's Halloween Headbangers. Find more monstrous fun right now on the Sirius XM app. Just search Halloween.
Now through November 1st, Sirius XM is giving away a pair of tickets to 8 MLB postseason games through the World Series. Listen to MLB Network Radio for the clues and be the first caller to correctly name the postseason hero. You'll receive a pair of tickets to an MLB postseason game. MLB Network Radio has your chance to win on Sirius XM 89 and the all-new Sirius XM app. No transportation will be included in connection with these prizes. For full contest information and official rules, visit SiriusXM.com/MLB postseason heroes. No purchase necessary, open only to current Sirius XM subscribers prior to September 22nd. Must be a U.S. resident and the age of 18.
You know what I think? I think people will vote if they knew how it affected their lives. Is your kid going to a good school? Is your mom getting the health care that she needs? When you think about retirement and how much groceries cost, well, that's tied to voting. Vice President Harris is already making change in our community. Entitlement programs, Social Security, investing in young people. You have to vote. That's how we make change. I'll be at the polls on November 5th. Will you?
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve.
The NBA is finally back. A new season means to get into the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. Who's draining threes from beyond the arc? Who's crashing the boards and grabbing rebounds? Get behind your favorite players in the prop bets you can make on DraftKings, the home of NBA player props. Ready to place your first bet? Try betting on something simple, like picking a team to win. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app and place your first bet. Money lines, parlays, props, live bets, and so much more. The betting options feel endless on DraftKings. Best of all, it's safe, secure, and reliable. With 24/7 support. You can deposit and withdraw your cash whenever you want. First time, new DraftKings customers bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Take it to the rack with DraftKings Sportsbook. Every point counts. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code ALARM. That's promo code ALARM for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5 only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-WINE or text OPEN-WINE 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-7... Tonight, MLB Network Radio will get live from Yankee Stadium today at 5 Eastern with the pregame show before the Dodgers New York Yankees World Series Game 5. That's the play-by-play. MLB Network Radio on Sirius XM 89 and the Sirius XM app.
Sirius XM Sports. Wherever you are, your team plays here. Rankings Wednesday. Now back to FTM Fantasy.
All right, before we get to some running backs, I want to get your thoughts on just the Bills trio of wide receivers. There's going to be Dave Martinez here on FTM Fantasy on this Rankings Wednesday on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports. We're going to see some calls coming in. We're going to get to those calls in just a few moments. But for the Buffalo Bills, right, we talked about Amari Cooper, we talked about Deontay being limited with the Bills, and Andy Reid saying that we'd see a little bit more from DeAndre Hopkins this week. And the trio of Buffalo Bills, Amari Cooper has been very limited in the first couple of games. He did
have the touchdown in week 1 on a funny play where Josh Allen had the audible at the line of scrimmage. It looked like Amari didn't know what was going on. Maybe they were just fooling the opposing defense because he was wide open in the end zone and he got the touchdown. But Keon Coleman has been fantastic over the past couple years. Khalil Shakir's role has not changed in this offense. He has been efficient. He's basically caught everything that Josh Allen has thrown his way. I don't know if you agree with the rankings, but
I see your rankings.
Yeah, like I got Shakir ahead of all of them. I think he's the safer play. I think in a PPR league, he's got the appeal there. And then I have Keon Coleman at 31, Shakir at 27, and then Cooper at 36. Now, the Dolphins defense has been good. Ramsey's been fantastic. Is Ramsey on Keon Coleman? Does Ramsey take Amari Cooper? Like, that's going to be a fun matchup to dive into. But I think Keon Coleman, man, like, he's going to face some quote-unquote softer coverage with Amari Cooper's presence on the field, and he's been a touchdown machine. So I think the ceiling right now, week 9, belongs to Keon Coleman. I think the safety is with Khalil Shakir. And Amari Cooper wouldn't hate it if you wanted to sit him for, say, a Jalen McMillan. Maybe we find out no Jags wide receivers are active, just Gabe Davis and, Parker Washington. So I don't know where you're at with the Bills trio. That's how I have it laid out for week 9.
So I'm a believer in Keon Coleman. I did a waiver wire video earlier in the week for FTN, and Keon Coleman, along with Coleman, were the two guys that I had most. I talked about it on this show yesterday, and that I believe in Keon Coleman. Keon Coleman in the last 2 weeks has 195 yards receiving. In the first 6 weeks, without Amari Cooper there, he had 201 yards total, right? So I think this is a boon for Keon Coleman. I also believe that Keon Coleman is being targeted in the red zone. Did you see the grab he made in Seattle? Kind of that one-hand, shoulder chest grab that he made? And one of the things I always believe is that rookie wide receivers get better over time as they acclimate themselves. And I think Keon Coleman is there. So I see that you have all 3 of them. You have who as the lowest at wide receiver 36. You basically have them all wide receiver 3s, right? And I kind of do believe that this Buffalo Bills offense, that's the reason Josh Allen's the MVP favorite right now. Because they're scoring 30 points a game, because it is actually moving. So I believe all 3 of them are startable. However, the bone I pick with you about this is not about your rank of Keon Coleman. It's not about your rank on Khalil Shakir. It's not about your rank on Amari Cooper. It's about your rank on Dalton Kincaid. You still have Kincaid as tight end 8. And honestly, I think he's the one, just like how we think that, Bateman and Likely are the ones to really kind of get compromised with the addition of Deontay Johnson. I think Kincaid is going to prove to be the one that kind of drops here with this addition of Amari Cooper. And we were talking about tight ends earlier. I think Kincaid is another guy that, maybe I'd put in Hawkinson right off the bat ahead of, maybe the touchdown equity of Andrews and Schultz like we were talking about before. So I actually think this pass offense can support 3 wide receiver 3s in Shakir, Coleman, and Coop. I think Kincaid is the one that you got to worry about.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there. He did have the touchdown last week, 31 yards, only 4 grabs, but yeah, it's only one ball, right? And like we said, Shakir's role has not changed. We talked about Shakir. We speculated that he would be one of the most dropped wide receivers after the addition of Amari Cooper. That is indeed what happened.
And
you got to be kicking yourself if you drop Khalil Shakir, because again, his role has not changed in this offense. He is never going to get the attention of a top corner when you have Keon Coleman making highlight reel grabs. And yeah, his hands and the swag that he had when he leaned over the defender, what? And then you have Amari Cooper, who's going to continue to get more looks inside this offense as well. Let's head to the phone lines. That was really the only other, I think, trio of wide receivers that we hit up on most of them. Of course, we'll be back on Friday. We'll have some practice for it. So the biggest thing right now is Gabe Davis. If I saw Gabe Davis as a Brian Thomas Jr. owner, and I'm not expecting him to play, you may have some better options out there. But Gabe Davis is a guy that, he's had a couple touchdowns. Of course, he's air boomer bust, but all of a sudden this wide receiver room is very thin, and the Eagles are cooking at the moment on offense. So and everybody is lit up the Jags. So if they're scoring 30 points, T-Law's going to have to throw the football. And who's he throwing the football to? Evan Ingram, maybe ETN into the backfield.
I don't know who the hell T-Law is.
Gabe Davis is a guy that
T-Law.
Trevor Lawrence trust. Let's head to Arizona. 888-963-2682. Todd is in the house. Happy Wednesday. You're on FTN Fantasy. What do you have for us?
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks so much for taking my call. You guys are awesome. Thanks for all the insight. It's really, really intriguing to listen to you guys. Got a couple of questions for you about my league. Hang on one second here. I have a question about who would you start, Baker Mayfield, or would you start Jameis Winston this week?
Baker.
These are like two of my fanboys up here.
Jameis might have been a one-hit wonder.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one for me. I guess. I mean, listen, it's Baker. It's Baker for me. I don't think the difference. I understand he doesn't have Mike Evans. I understand he doesn't have Chris Godwin. But I think the track record for Baker Mayfield is a little bit longer than the track record for Jameis Winston. So for me, it would be Baker. I appreciate the kind words, Todd. By the way, if you haven't already, use FTN Show to get a little bit of a discount moving forward, and then you can get some of these tools that we keep on referencing on the show that I appreciate that you listen to. But Chris, I look at the ranking. It's back to back. So we're splitting hairs here, but where are you going?
Yeah, I'm with you on Baker. I think it's very, very tough. I mean, Baker threw the ball 50 times last week. It's really tough. I mean, to head into Arrowhead and play is it's such a, difficult environment for anybody down your top two wide receivers. I believe in K-Dot. I've always been a K-Dot believer. Jake jokes with me all the time. And, heading into this season, I'm like, K-Dot breakout. It's like, can Baker support three guys? It looked like he's kind of heading that way that he could, but he has something special in K-Dot, and he's a guy that can go up and get it. He's decent after the catch, and he's just among the leaders in pass attempts. And how much success they're going to have running the football against this Chiefs defense, I don't think a whole lot. But at the same time, we just saw a 300-yard game from Jameis Winston. Let's go to the projections. Let's see what the projections have for us here. First quarterback is Baker Mayfield.
But a lot of that was garbage, right? I mean, I guess the Chargers are one of the best scoring defenses in the NFL, right? Do you believe in them? I don't know, but also the Chargers are going to run the ball. It's Baker. It's Baker for me. It's Baker for me.
Better game environment, right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's just Baker's been doing it for so much longer. Listen, what we saw out of Jameis last week was incredible, but there's also a universe where, Chris, all of a sudden, Nick Chubb runs for 100 yards this week. You know what I mean? So, Todd, again, thanks for the kind words. It's Baker for us.
Yeah, appreciate the kind words for sure. Baker Mayfield projected for 15.2 fantasy points over at FTNFantasy.com. That puts him at quarterback 19, by the way. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24.
He leads the league in touchdowns.
And Jameis Winston's at quarterback 25 in our projections. So Patrick Mahomes is inside the top 10. Bo Nix is outside the top 15. Take it up from Mr. Jeff Ratcliffe. Zane Martinez. You can listen to Jeff, of course, here on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio. Take another quick timeout. We'll round up the show with a little bit of running back talk here. I know it's hard out there. You have who you have at the running back position, but we'll talk about some backs in good spots and in tough spots and some crowded backfields as well when we round out FTN Fantasy here on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Comedy Central Radio brings you the biggest names in comedy. All day long, you'll hear the best stand-up comedy from Comedy Central's massive library.
You ever ask an adult what they did over the weekend and they say they didn't do anything? Their faces light up.
Every weeknight, you'll hear 2.5 hours of comedy for your drive home.
The other day I got jealous of the dog's thigh gap. I'm not proud of that.
Comedy Central Radio, Sirius XM 95. Your home for incredible stand-up comedy. Search comedy on the Sirius XM app.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on Sirius XM. We're back on the track Sunday,
1 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Xfinity 500 from Martinsville Speedway. On Sirius XM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car. And the all-new Sirius XM. Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the Sirius XM app.
Football scouts look for players that have the right skills to enhance the team's success. With the right picks, they can be confident with their choices. You need that same confidence when you're hiring for a small business where every hire is critical to your success. LinkedIn is the perfect hiring solution to give you confidence that you're getting the most qualified set of professional candidates you can't find anywhere else. Hire the right person for your role with LinkedIn. Post a free job at linkedin.com/SXM. As a small business owner, you need to feel confident that every new hire is going to perform when the game is on the line. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can feel confident knowing that your small business is getting the highest quality talent. As the world's largest professional network where 8 people are hired every minute, you can confidently hire professionals you can't find anywhere else with LinkedIn Jobs. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/SXM. That's linkedin.com/SXM. Terms and conditions apply. $6.99! $6.99!
I can't believe it. They're running the legendary play from Domino's.
Red Swiss, loaded tots, medium, 2 topping pizza.
Domino's order now. You can choose any 2 or more mix and match items for $6.99 each.
As for this offer, 2 item now. Prices, participation, delivery area, and charges may vary. Prices higher in some locations. Bonehead wings, red whole pasta, and PM pizza cost extra. Local stores set delivery fees and may charge extra for some of the new items, crust types, toppings, and sauces.
The fastest weekend in Las Vegas is back. Bill 1 makes its return to the Las Vegas Strip November 21st and 23rd. The 340-mile track features 17 turns leading through the world's most iconic resort destinations at speeds of over 215 miles per hour. Sirius XM listeners can enjoy 30% off select general admission grandstand tickets for a limited time with promo code Vegas30 at F1LasVegasGP.com. Get your tickets today for the can't-miss race of the year.
Real Talk Rap here. Rotoballer Radio is the absolute best way to kick off your mornings with winning fantasy football advice and analysis 6 days a week, Sunday through Friday at 6 a.m. Eastern.
It's Rankings Wednesday. Now back to FTN Fantasy.
So some of the biggest risers at the running back position, some of these guys are chalky. You have them, you're feeling good. You know, Jonathan Taylor, of course, you're playing him against the Vikings. Tough spot, but you got to like the usage. And, of course, the quarterback change in Indy probably needs a couple more targets for him as well as they become maybe more pass happy with Flacco under center. DeAndre Swift has been awesome over the past few weeks. He got a good matchup against Arizona. Tyron Tracy Jr. against Washington, also a good spot, despite the fact that the offensive line in New York is questionable at best, and the Commanders have really been getting some pressure and owning the line of scrimmage so far this season. Tracy's at around RB22. I don't think it's as simple, though, if he misses this week and Devin Singletary plays. Like, I don't think I know that I wouldn't move Singletary up to 22. I would still have him, say, behind Tony Pollard, Ramondre Stevenson, Chase Brown, Nick Chubb, both Bucks, Tank Bigsby, and probably Raheem Mostert. You know, he scored a couple touchdowns last week. He's kind of a roll near the goal line. It's against the Bills. I don't think I could get there with Rico Dowdle and Chuba Hubbard. I saw something when my power was out. I was following Twitter, and McCarthy said he was essentially it was going to be a committee. I guess, like, Dalvin Cook and his 2 yards per carry must have really put a smile on his face, so he's just going to roll out all 3 of those guys. I don't think you start any of them. I think Rico's got the highest ceiling, but I can't tell McCarthy what to do. His Singletary's a guy.
You gotta start him. You gotta start him. If there's you gotta start him.
Over Pollard or Ramondre, each other would probably be a run fest.
Mostert is the guy because he's going to get it. And he did, in fact. So, yes, I would put Motor into my RB2 conversation or a flex play at least if there is no Tyrone Tracy. But I got a question about these Jacksonville guys. You guys are it's me at 28. You got ETN at 32. I think the leapfrog has already happened, and I think the distance is more than that. To me, Bigsby is a running back too, who, quite frankly, I'd have above Pollard and Stevenson, regardless of ETN coming back. What I think we're going to see, Chris, I think we're going to see both backs on the field because these wide receivers not there. I think they're going to find other ways to use ETN, maybe in the pass game. I think it's going to be Ingram, not these wide receivers, and both backs for Jacksonville.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, the Eagles' run defense has been pretty solid. They're one of the better run defenses in all of football. They're one of the few teams that haven't allowed 100-yard pressure. You know, some of the games like Bucky 10-49, White for 10-49, so split. You know, they did face Cleveland with Chubb. Tyron Tracy Jr. 6 for 23. Chase Brown last week 12 for 32. So the defense has been pretty good. And I agree with what you're saying. The 2 backs, I think they probably will be on the field at the same time. But if this is a game where the Eagles push the pace and score some points, it will be ETN on the field catching passes, because that's not what Tank Bigsby does. So I think it could be a split. On Monday, we're talking about it being a split backfield, Tank being the lead, and then playing from behind and Travis Etienne there. But I still have Tank. But it is a tough spot for everybody in Jacksonville. The way that Quinion Mitchell and Cooper DeJean are playing, I don't know if you heard, but apparently in Philly, they're comparing these two rookies to Billy Hoyle and Sidney Jean. Little Woody Harrelson and Wesley Snipes there.
They don't assist, but do you hear the tires? Do you hear?
Yeah, do you?
Who does that start with the letter?
Probably made the Subaru look like a car.
Fantastic. All right, so we'll be back on Friday. We'll continue to follow practice. Wednesday, we take it with a grain of salt. Friday is the World Series. Good luck to your Yankees tonight. Maybe Cole can push through LA. And maybe we will be talking about a Game 6 in the World Series. Certainly be talking about the Thursday Night Football game tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow to tee it up. And we'll have some winners around the NFL when Dane joins the show on Friday. Elite Sport is here next from
I think they
just a few questions. Get your free quote at applyethos.com. E for easy, E for ethos. At applyethos.com. That's applyethos.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief advocates is urgent to notify consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or debt consolidation law. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you can qualify for. So don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-515-8832. 800-515-8832. 800-515-8832.
Neck and neck in PA. A new CNN poll showing Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump still locked in a dead heat in Pennsylvania, a critical battleground state. The Vice President will soon be speaking. We'll take you there live. And gas pump politics. What impact, if any, will falling gas prices in critical battleground states have on the race to the White House?
And ejected and banned. 2 Yankees fans get kicked out of the World Series after ripping the ball away from Dodger star Mookie Betts. No, they won't be allowed in the stadium for Game 5 tonight. We're following these major developing stories and many more all coming in. You laugh. Right here to CNN News Central.
Less than a week to go until the election. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump are taking their messages to pivotal battlegrounds. Today, the candidates are heading to Wisconsin after first making stops in North Carolina. Harris, though, will first make a stop in must-win Pennsylvania. And as they move crisscross country, the Harris campaign finds itself fending off backlash over comments made by President Biden that seem to refer to Trump supporters as garbage.
So all of this, as new CNN polling is giving us another snapshot of where the race for the White House stands, just 6 days out. In 2 of the 3 blue wall states, Michigan and Wisconsin, Harris is showing a slight lead. The race tied, though, in Pennsylvania, and that is where our coverage begins. With CNN's Danny Freeman, who is in Harrisburg with the Harris campaign. Danny, the Vice President addressing Biden's comments today. Tell us what we're hearing from her.
That's right. Vice President Harris, of course, hoping to come to Harrisburg today, in addition to the other battleground states she's visiting, to make that pitch about unity. But this comment made by President Biden that you just referenced really has been dominating a lot of the news cycle over the past 12 to 24 hours since that statement was made. The Harris time it is not. But as you noted, Vice President Harris has already herself from those comments, saying that she strongly disagrees with criticizing people not who they're voting for. She also noted that she thought that President Biden clarified his statements yesterday as well. Meanwhile, we're also learning a little bit more about the campaign's thinking through this particular issue as it's come up for the past day and a half or so. MJ Lee reporting that on the one hand, one advisor said, we're not going to lose a single vote, referencing this particular incident right here. Another former administration official, however, saying, quote, the Biden gap yesterday is just so infuriating, nobody wants it out there. So we'll see how much we see of President Biden in these weather of the campaign. Back to where I am right now and where we started earlier, Vice President Harris really trying to drill home, even in the wake of
he can say what the fuck he want to say now.
Her ticket is the bipartisan one to vote. Harris wants ticket is a vote for country over party. Take a listen to what she said in Raleigh about this subject not too long ago.
And it is time for a new chapter where we stop with the pointing fingers at each other and instead let us lock arms with one another, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us.
And I'll just note again the focus of Vice President Harris's day, perhaps against divisive language. We've actually seen some folks in the crowd here who have Puerto Rican flags. Even some folks who are not Puerto Rican but still out here waving Puerto Rican flags, of course referencing back to the language used by a comedian at President Trump's rally back in Madison Square Garden. So I think that you can see that today is a little bit about
Trump didn't say out of the garbage
people other than the campaign and their words impacting both of these campaigns. We'll see here in Harrisburg when this rally begins in just about an hour. So,
they said that supposedly the Trump campaign reviewed the comedian's jokes, and the one that they had them take out was the comedian calling Kamala Harris a cunt. So he took that out, and then ended up, they said that there was that was the only one they really found out was that he couldn't put in there. So they said, oh no, we didn't approve those jokes, he just looked a little bit.
And ahead of that November 5th election. Now, of course, what we expect from him is more of what we saw earlier today. He is really trying to take this opportunity with those Biden remarks to flip the narrative from those pre-programmed remarks, from that joke that comedian told that was vile, where he talked about Puerto Rico being a floating island of garbage, and turn the tables on Democrats. He spoke about this in North Carolina earlier today. Here's what he said about those Biden remarks.
My response to Joe and Kamala is very simple. You can't lead America if you don't love Americans. You just can't. And you can't be president if you hate the American people. And there's a lot of hatred. Look how they've treated you. They've treated you like garbage, frankly. They've treated you like garbage. You know what? The truth is they've treated our whole country like garbage, whether they meant to or not.
Now, part of the reason that Donald Trump sees an opportunity here is, if you remember what happened in 2016, this was a huge pivoting point for the Donald Trump campaign when Hillary Clinton called Donald Trump supporters a basket of deplorables, something at that point they capitalized on as well. Now, just to be clear, Donald Trump obviously singing a different tune now that he's talking about these Biden remarks. But Donald Trump has often criticized Democrats in some of the harshest of rhetoric, talking about how they're the enemy within when he's talking about Democratic leadership, attacking the party as a whole. So this message of unity is a new one. However, that doesn't take away from the fact that what Biden said has caused outrage among a number of Republicans. They're just going to continue to beat that down as they respond to those remarks.
And Kristen, we're also hearing Trump stoke fears of voter fraud in Pennsylvania. What's he saying about that?
You know, Brianna, I'm hesitant to repeat exactly what he's saying because so far we don't have any indication that any of this is true. There's a lot of what we have heard before about how he's saying there's rampant voter fraud, that law enforcement are getting involved. I do want to be very clear. CNN is taking this very seriously. We have teams on the ground. They have been reaching out to county and state officials who say they're investigating every claim of voter fraud. There are also, we heard from the governor last night saying this was just Donald Trump being Donald Trump. That doesn't take away from the fact that these officials on the ground are taking this incredibly seriously. They are trying to run down all of these leads to make sure there is no voter fraud. We don't have any indication that there is right now. What we're hearing from state and local officials is they are urging patience. They are urging these voters to be patient, to go through the process, and saying that they are doing everything they can to ensure that this is
a safe and secure election. And as of now, that is every indication that we have as a network, as we are doing our own research and looking into these different claims.
Yeah, and part of that we should point out is a conversation we're having with Al Schmidt later this hour. He's the Secretary of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're going to ask him about those specific accusations. Kristen Holmes, live for us in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Thank you so much.
So let's discuss now. We have Matt Mowers, former Trump administration official, Republican strategist, and the president of the global public strategy firm Valcor, and Maria Cardona, CNN political commentator and Democratic strategist. Maria, this garbage comment by President Biden is not good.
It's not good, and it's frustrating.
What did you say, baby?
But let's be real. The people who are outraged about this comment were never going to vote for Kamala Harris. And two things. President Biden walked it back. He clarified his comments, and it actually gives Vice President Harris a chance to distance herself and to clarify what she has been very clear about, both in her speech last night and in all the comments she's been saying today, that she is the one who is embracing people who won't vote for her. She is embracing Republicans. She's going to not call them the enemy. She's in fact going to give them a seat at the table. So spare me when Donald Trump, who has called America a garbage can, which means he's calling all of us trash, when he has called everyone that does not support him the enemy from within, when he has called Latinos saying that we poison the blood of the country. Let's take a look at what's going on in Pennsylvania and in all the battleground states with the Puerto Rican community. What Biden said doesn't compare with the effect of calling the island of Puerto Rico a trash can. Because you are seeing so many Puerto Ricanos and Latinos across the country. They have said to me, Maria, what Trump did was revolcó el avispero, which means he messed with the hornet's nest. You are seeing former Trump Puerto Ricano voters saying, I am not going to vote for this blank person, cuss word in Spanish, because he is not respecting us, and we are outraged, and we're going to show that outrage at the ballot box.
I sense your eagerness to jump in there. We're actually going to play a clip for you of one of those Puerto Rican Trump supporters that is walking you back in a moment. Donald Trump has said a lot of things, and you can argue and you can try to parse the words, but generally, there's an irony to him saying that to be president, you have to love all Americans, given the rhetoric that he's used in the past.
Well, see, there's actually a key difference. And first, I want to give Maria the award for, probably polishing the biggest turd of the day and doing it very well. But what Joe Biden said is going to incentivize a lot of Americans who feel personally offended, not by some comedian, but that no one's ever heard of, but by the sitting president of the United States. Kamala Harris's current laws. But Kamala Harris 3 months ago said he should be on the ballot and said he should still be president.
Kamala Harris on the ballot now.
Yes, and she also said he should be president for 4 more years.
She is
3 months.
welcoming everyone.
But on this point, here's the key difference. Donald Trump will obviously go after politicians. He certainly has made comments, some of which I disagree with, about Nancy Pelosi and others. What he hasn't done is broad brush the entire group, half of the country, the way that Joe Biden just did.
He said about the city of Baltimore that it's rodent infested and disgusting. An entire city. He has said about immigrants, to her point, that they're genetically inferior, that they're poisoning the blood of the country. Blood doesn't have a legal status. So he's talking about a group of people that are in the country, many of them legally. Let's be clear. He's been talking about the fact that we have seen, unfortunately, awful results in our urban areas as a result of policies and management from Democratic politicians. Whether it's the mayor of Baltimore, whether it's the mayor of Detroit, whether it's past Democratic governors in Maryland. And so those are words, the way the White House seems to be trying to add an apostrophe to what Biden said. But nevertheless, the sentiment is the same, and there is still an irony. Pot, meat, kettle, but they're essentially using rhetoric that no one should use in talking about what is there to gain from an election, in talking about policy, in talking about leadership over the country.
But let me say this. I'll show this. Donald Trump, if he wins on Tuesday, which I believe he will win in a narrow race, is going to have the most diverse coalition that any Republican candidate for president's had in over a generation. And by the way, Kamala Harris's coalition is going to be more dependent upon white voters than a Democratic politician. Donald Trump's going to break records with African American voters. He's going to break records with Hispanic voters. So what does it say that despite all the outrage that gets manufactured over here, he's still going to be better with all these voter groups? It means they're looking beyond even some of the rhetoric. They're looking at the policies, and that's what they're going to vote for on Tuesday.
First of all, I don't think that that's true, because what we are seeing with the Latino vote is that they are coming home to Vice President Harris. They are coming home to the Democratic Party. We are seeing the polls that actually know how to poll Latino voters using Spanish language callers. Kamala Harris is surpassing the numbers right now that Joe Biden had in 2020. Add to that the comments about Puerto Rico being trash, about Latinos poisoning the blood, and that number is going to skyrocket. I've talked to black leaders, black pollsters. They are saying exactly the same thing about the African American vote. The rally on Sunday night, the Donald Trump MAGA hate rally, didn't just go after Puerto Rico, calling it an ocean of trash. They called Vice President Harris a prostitute. They called Hillary Clinton the B word. They insulted Muslims. They insulted Jewish voters. They insulted whole swaths of America. And that is what Americans are looking at now. And they're contrasting that with Kamala Harris, who is the one saying, I respect everyone, even the people who didn't vote for me. That is choice before us right now. And people are going to choose the person who is going to work on her to-do list for Americans, and not somebody who is hunched over, obsessed with vengeance and retribution, focused on his enemies.
We don't actually know because the polls will not have registered these comments. So we don't know. We are waiting to see, and there is a poll coming up, which is the election. That's right. It's going to tell us. It's going to tell us. But I wonder what you think as you're looking at some of the early vote that is coming in. Each year, I know each election is 2020 kind of tricky because it was the pandemic, and seeing sort of some shifting emphasis on mail-in voting that I think has strategists scratching their heads, not quite sure whether they can bank on patterns they're seeing. But what do you think about a lot of Republicans showing up for early vote, and what that means? Is that cannibalizing day of vote? What do you think?
It's not. I've spoken to both folks who do all the data for the Republican National Committee to actually operatives on the ground. You are seeing a disproportionate number of these voters are either first-time voters or they're low propensity voters, voters who are regular, may not show up. And you compare that to the Democratic voters who are showing up, who are much more consistent voters as a percentage overall. In particular, in the Sun Belt states, Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, you are seeing Republicans for the first time in a number of cycles. Not even looking at 2020, which, yes, was a bit of an aberration, but compared to 2016, 2012, 2008, Republicans are actually going to go into election day with a lead in a number of these states, which they haven't done before. And by the way, it's going to be a much closer margin going into election day in the Rust Belt states than it was in 2020 or 2016 as well. You are seeing signs of enthusiasm. And if you're a Republican strategist trying to parse who those are, these are the people you want to be showing up. These are not the people who are just going to show up every single year and vote for you regardless. These are the folks who maybe are listening to that Joe Rogan podcast, or maybe debating about, do I want to go out to vote or sit on the couch? They are showing up right now. That's the reason why you see Republicans so optimistic right now.
Let me tell you what Democrats are seeing in the early vote data. And Matt's right, we all talked about this. This is not 2020. You can't really compare. The early vote data in general is down for both parties. Republicans are excited because they do see growth in the early vote data for them, because more Republicans are voting early now than they did in 2020, even though Donald Trump is still poo-pooing early vote and mail-in vote, which I think is bad for Republicans in general. But right now, Democrats lead in the early vote by over 500,000 votes nationwide, and especially in the battleground states. So that is a good number for Democrats. However, we're also seeing independents and Republicans who are voting. We can't really say who they're voting for. And I have a prediction that the independents, are going to break for Vice President Harris. And there are a lot of Republicans, and I know this from people that are going door to door and who are telling me, Maria, I am going to vote for Kamala Harris. I have had it with Donald Trump and the hatred that he is spewing. That is not what I represent, especially women. Republicans are telling me I do not want to raise my daughter in a country that's going to have, where she's going to have less rights than I did.
One more question, because I promised that I would ask it, and I am crestfallen truly, Matt, that we don't have the clip of Nicky Jam saying this. It was also in Spanish, so it's not like we would be able to, not everyone would be able to understand what he's saying. We would get the vibe. Basically, this was a reggaeton artist that came up on stage. There he is. We have the clip. We have the clip. He's obviously in the back of a very fancy car, and he's talking about...
listen? Yeah, let's listen. Let's listen.
Many immigrants that are struggling because of the economy, and that's chiefly the reason he says that he supported former President Trump. Came out on stage. Trump had no idea who he was. He was on stage saying, let's bring Nikki up here, she's so hot. Obviously, you recognize Nikki is not a she. He is now revoking his endorsement of Donald Trump, partly because of the blowback over the event on Saturday. Obviously, he's not a household name, but in some communities, he's a very popular artist. He means a lot. What's the significance of him coming out now and withdrawing his endorsement of Donald Trump?
Well, and look, was it on Sunday or was it because he was called the wrong name? I don't know. You know exactly what it was. But it was,
he specifically mentioned.
Yeah. But look, what I'll say is that if you were to actually go back, and again, we're 6 days out from an election. Democrats are going to try to spin whatever they can to try to say, look, it was really about the Puerto Rican community in Pennsylvania this was not the building blocks that the Democratic Party thought they were going to have to win Pennsylvania by. If you look at the vast majority of polling, voters are not undecided right now. And yes, maybe there's going to be one or two people who flip. I guarantee you if we found a couple anecdotes, we could find some on the other side. At the end of the day, though, this is a very baked-in electorate. Voters have made up their mind. They're not going to change it in the final 6 days, regardless of what you say. What it does change is whether voters are motivated to show up or not. And it's the reason why I think President Biden's comments last night, calling half of Americans garbage, is going to resonate with about half of the country, who are then being more motivated to show up as a result of the fact that they feel like they're attacked by Joe Biden.
As a strategist, what I'm hearing from what Nikki Jam did and from what I'm hearing is what voters are saying. They are switching their votes. In Pennsylvania, 500,000 Puerto Ricanos, more in the battleground states. In Nevada, John King had a piece about Latinos, not Puerto Ricanos, Latinos who were saying that didn't just piss off Puerto Ricanos, it pissed the Latino community off because they're talking about us. And people are calling into my show, a Latino DJ saying they're switching their vote. So if you think that has no effect, keep thinking that. We'll talk on Tuesday.
Well, it's probably going to be not Tuesday, so let's book you just to be careful. Just to be careful, and we'll revisit it. Maybe we'll see. Let's see what wins.
That's my prediction.
I agree. I actually agree.
Wow. You found some common ground here. So, Matt, I do appreciate the lively conversation.
You got it.
Thank you.
And Fuego.
Yes, very much so. Still to come, as we mentioned, former President Trump continues to stoke fears of widespread voter fraud in Pennsylvania. We're going to speak to the Commonwealth's top election official in just a moment.
Plus, a mystery that is playing out in the nation's capital. People are asking who is responsible for political art that is popping up. Art that appears to taunt former President Trump.
It's time to get hyped for the NBA season on Sirius XM. To a father-son duo in LA, LeBron James and Ronnie James, to the Celtics defending their title. You hear every game on your radio and the hometown announcers on the Sirius XM app. Stay on point with all the biggest stories in the association on
Contracts. So you can trade the presidential election. Through Robinhood, you can now trade financial derivatives contracts on who will win the U.S. presidential election, Harris or Trump, and watch as contract prices react to real-time market sentiment. Each contract you own will pay $1 on February 8th, 2025 if that candidate is confirmed as the next U.S. president by Congress. Learn more about the presidential election contracts on Robinhood at robinhood.com/election. The risk of loss in trading commodity interest can be substantial. You should therefore carefully consider whether such trading is suitable for you in light of your financial condition. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Commodity interest trading is not appropriate for everyone. Display prices are based on real-time market sentiment. This event contract is offered by Robinhood Derivatives, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm. Exchange and regulatory fees apply.
Everybody ready?
Experience the new movie here. A moment we'll always remember. It's beautiful, heartfelt, and incredibly moving. It's like Forrest Gump, only wiser and deeper. It will reaffirm your love of movies. A huge thumbs up.
Tom sure does fun, doesn't it?
Sure does.
Here, in theaters Thursday, rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13. Tickets on sale now.
I feel so lost with all this high-interest credit card debt. I wish I could find my way out.
Directions for paying down debt. Starting route.
Okay, let's get started.
Open the SoFi app and apply for a SoFi personal loan. You could save big by consolidating debt into one low fixed monthly payment.
Yeah, SoFi. I like where this is heading.
Turn right into a positive outlook and get $5,000 to $100,000 as soon as the same day you sign. Keep on the same route with no fees required. That means no prepayment fees or late fees.
Thanks, GPS voice. You always come through for me. You could get out of high-interest credit card debt, and a SoFi personal loan could be your way out. View your rate at SoFi.com/debt in 60 seconds with no impact to your credit score. That's SoFi.com/DEBT.
Your way out of debt is ahead.
Loans originated by SoFi Bank UK, member FDIC. Terms and conditions at SoFi.com/debt. Minimum is 696891.
What if HR could be simpler? Imagine payroll running smoothly and reliably, and tackling HR compliance concerns across multiple states, or offering access to top-tier benefits that retain talent. This and more is possible with TriNet. For over 35 years, we've empowered small and medium-sized businesses with comprehensive HR solutions. Let TriNet simplify HR so you can focus on the success of your business. TriNet. People matter.
Listen to the cheers of window owns tens of thousands of five-star reviews. Their energy-efficient windows, doors, and siding have won fans across the nation. Like Bob and Bridget of Ohio, who said, updating windows and doors in our older home was some of the best money we've ever spent. They're solid, insulated, no drafts. How about that? Energy Star certified and backed by the Good Housekeeping seal. It's Window World for the win. Visit windowworld.com to schedule your free quote today.
An election like no other, and it all comes down to this.
We can now make a major projection.
The way only CNN can bring it to you. Election Night in America. Special coverage begins Tuesday at 4 Eastern on Sirius XM 116.
We're seeing zero movement from either candidate in new CNN polling out today, showing Harris and Trump tied at 48% in the must-win state, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The extremely tight race comes as Trump continues to stoke fears about election fraud there. Joining us to discuss this is the Secretary of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Al Schmidt. Secretary, thank you so much for being with us. I just right off the bat want to give you the opportunity to respond directly to former President Trump's claims from earlier today. He wrote, quote, Pennsylvania is cheating and getting caught at large-scale levels rarely seen before. He calls on supporters to report cheating to authorities, saying law enforcement must act now. Your thoughts?
The people who run elections in Pennsylvania at the county level are professional civil servants who are all operating within the confines of the Pennsylvania election code and the laws in Pennsylvania. There is I think it's important that our county partners always be vigilant, turn the other way whenever there are allegations or anything like that. You always have to investigate to make sure that our elections in Pennsylvania are free, fair, safe, and secure.
But Trump pointed to an incident in Lancaster County where officials are investigating some 2,500 voter registration forms that they suspect could be fraudulent. Can you take us through what you think happened there, and do you expect that this might be an issue in other counties?
So we were in contact with Lancaster County, as we are all of our counties, right from the beginning, anytime there's any allegation of anything like this, to provide guidance and all the rest. Lancaster did what any other county would do, which is to investigate and make sure that potentially fraudulent voter registration applications are not processed. And a difference between voter registration and a ballot. A voter registration application, voters are including their driver's license number, they're including their social security number, their name, their address, and all the rest. And when you show up to vote, you're providing ID for the first time when you vote in Pennsylvania. So there's all sorts of safeguards built into the system. We look forward to hearing from Lancaster what the results of their investigation are, to understand the extent to which, if at all, this they encountered potentially fraudulent voter registration applications.
It's so important to make that distinction. There's a difference between an application and an actual ballot, and there are safeguards in place to make sure that those applications actually allow folks to access ballots. So moments ago, a judge granted a request from the Trump campaign to extend on-demand mail voting in Bucks County through Friday. The lawsuit is alleging that voters who were in line applying for mail-in ballots yesterday, it was supposed to be the last day yesterday, were turned away. Were any voters turned away that you can confirm, or what's your reaction to this decision by the judge?
Yeah, I saw that decision right before coming on and joining you today. Mail-in ballot voting in Pennsylvania has decreased since 2020 during that peak COVID environment. So the number of voters applying to vote by mail, although widely embraced and is a great alternative and improvement to voter accessibility, is still less used than in that 2020 peak COVID environment. But one thing that has changed is an increased use of our Board of Elections offices. We don't have early voting the way other states have early voting. Voters do have the ability to go to a Board of Elections office before the deadline, which was yesterday, to apply for a mail-in ballot, have that application processed, receive their mail-in ballot, complete it if they choose on the spot, and return it all in one visit. So that is Pennsylvania's equivalent of mail-in ballot voting. Cases we saw really struggle with the volume of people showing up to do that. It's very labor intensive, and our county partners, and I visited all 67 counties in Pennsylvania in the last year to sit down with them to understand what their challenges are, to provide them with whatever materials, whether it's computers or anything else that they need in hardware, to make sure that they can process things. But staffing is really something that is a county decision.
Sure. Secretary, I wanted to ask you about a report in the New York Times that elections officials in Luzerne County have installed bulletproof glass in the Elections Bureau office, also panic button software on cell phones. I'm wondering how concerned you are about violence surrounding Election Day and also the potential for some form of sabotage, the way that we've seen these ballot drop boxes in other states get attacked. What are your concerns regarding violence and potential sabotage?
Well, it's very disappointing that counties have to struggle with any of this. And it's one reason why the Shapiro administration in Pennsylvania set up an election threat task force that is a group of agencies responsible for law enforcement and election administration. So we meet regularly to make sure there are open lines of communication between people responsible for law enforcement and election administration. So if any of that ugliness returns that we encountered in 2020, and this is all a lesson learned from that, everyone knows what everyone else's responsibilities are. And if there are threats of violence or intimidation targeting our voters, our poll workers, our polling places, or our county election officials, then everyone knows what to do in the event that occurs.
Secretary Al Schmidt, we very much appreciate your time and your work, and we hope that things go smoothly.
Thank you, Morris.
Still to come, leaning on some star power. How Vice President Kamala Harris has been getting a huge boost from a long list of celebrities on the campaign trail in her brief and unprecedented run for the White House.
Regulated activities performed by a licensed affiliate. I had no idea I could sell my life insurance policy.
Norman and Nancy Dugan for Coventry Correct.
We were about to let Norman's policy lapse because premiums have become expensive. Our kids are doing well on their own, so we just don't need it anymore.
Then Nancy called Coventry.
They were so helpful, answering all of our questions.
If you're over 65 and have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify.
After this past year, we're celebrating life. We've booked some long overdue travel, and we're able to pay for our grandkids' college.
Coventry Direct has helped thousands live the life they want to live, pay for unplanned medical expenses, or supplement retirement account. When it comes to selling your life insurance, Coventry's got you covered. Call 800-397-5567 or visit CoventryDirect.com to learn more about how you can get cash by selling your life insurance. Call 800-397-5567.
Struggling with toe fungus? Gross! Get to the curb with Tiniacide. That's right, Tiniacide is your ultimate solution for fast-acting relief. Fungus doesn't stand a chance against Tiniacide by Dr. Blaine. Don't believe me? Then trust our 100% money-back guarantee. You'll see results in as little as 2 days. Pull into a Walmart store now and reach for the box with the nail clippers on the outside. Grab your Tiniacide and take the first step toward healthier feet today. Remember, for quick and effective relief, it's Tiniacide. Available at Walmart, right on the bottom shelf in the foot care aisle.
Health isn't just what you eat, it's what you stand on. G-Defy shoes use cutting-edge VersoShock technology to support your health from the ground up. Say goodbye to harmful shocks and hello to shoes that align your body, absorb impact, keep you moving better and longer. Different science. Code CNN for $20 off your first pair, because every step forward is a step toward a healthier you.
The hardest part in planning is the actual planning. Let Gate 1 Travel do it for you. For over 40 years, Gate 1 has provided escorted tours and river cruises around the world with everything from airfare and hotels to meals, transportation, and local guides included. Right now, save 20% off escorted tours and river cruises with code WORLD20 at gate1travel.com. Offer expires November 22nd, 2024. Travel your way with Gate 1 Travel and see more of the world for less.
With cyber attacks accelerating, effective cybersecurity has become mission critical for businesses, which is why over half of Fortune 500 companies trust CrowdStrike to protect theirs. With CrowdStrike, we solve complex problems by delivering the right solutions with our market-leading cloud security, identity protection, and next-generation technology. With the power of the crowd, our cybersecurity transformations save businesses both time and money. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
California Closets just custom designed Molly's media room. Now it's the perfect space for binge watching. Tons of shelves for books, plenty of seating for game night, drawers to hide remotes and dog toys. So it's not really a media room. It's more like a media, TV, reading, living, game room. California Closets. We did it for Molly, and we can do it for you because we know you differently. Schedule your free design consultation now at 800-CAL-CLOSETS or CaliforniaClosets.com.
You didn't start a business to babysit your poorest performing employees. That's exactly why I started my business, so you don't have to. Hi, I'm Alan Jones, founder and CEO of Bambi. I created Bambi so small business owners can take back control of their business. Need to fire a poor performing employee who happens to now want 3 months off? Your Bambi HR manager will take care of that for you in your first week with us. You spend your time coaching your A players, we'll take care of the rest. I'm so confident that Bambi will help you focus on what you love about running your business that I'm offering a $1 trial to the service for your first month. Trust me, there are no limits to the amount of calls or questions you can give your Bambi HR manager. After your first month, just $29 a month for companies of any size. Month to month, no hidden fees, cancel anytime. Get a month of Bambi for just $1. Go to Bambi.com and type CNN on your radio to schedule your first call with an HR manager right now. Go to BAMBEE.com, CNN Radio.
The presidential election is less than a week away. We can finally say it. And new CNN polling does give Vice President Harris a slight advantage in 2 blue wall states over former President Donald Trump. Overall, though, it's a dead heat. It is just too close to call.
Her rise after President Biden dropped out of the 2024 race has been a meteoric whirlwind. In CNN's American Battleground series, Top 4 Men shows us how the Vice President went from running mate to top of the ticket in record time. Tom, not only did she do this, but what she brought with her was this groundswell that Donald Trump simply has no way to respond to. And specifically, I'm talking about when Charlie XCX said Kamala is brat. For many people over the age of 30, it was like, I don't know what it means. But it was a really good thing, and it sort of was coming in line with Taylor Swift coming along to endorse him, and then Beyonce coming along to endorse him. Now, does that necessarily translate into a whole lot of votes among young women? Maybe not, but we know they have oceans of young women who follow them, and just as importantly, they are young women that Donald Trump has no practical conduit to reach. These people are the conduit to these people. And when Trump has been struggling with female votes, there's very little indication that he can somehow turn this into something for him. And we know he loves being considered an A-lister. He thinks of himself that way. These are super A-listers that he can have no effect on, and they have thrown all their weight behind Kamala Harris.
Can't help but notice that this seems to bother Trump.
Well, because of that, but I mean, most notably, we know because of that infamous tweet when he suddenly in all caps put out the I heft after that. Just a remarkable thing for anyone to do, let alone some running for president. But I'll tell you one reason why this may have special resonance for him. Remember back in 2020, he had that big rally out in Tulsa. And all indications were that a bunch of K-pop fans and TikTok fans, young people, signed up for a whole bunch of tickets they had no intention of using, and suddenly he had a bunch of empty chairs and a bunch of empty venue space that made him look bad. That could be a reason that Donald Trump is very wary of what young people do, what young women do, and why Charlie XCX may be a lot more powerful than even she knows. In this election, we'll find out. Yeah, I remember that event. It was probably the first big one in that summer after the COVID lockdowns, and it was quite a moment for his campaign. All indications are they just signed up for all these free tickets and said, we're going to be there, and they never intended to be there. And I'm telling you, you don't want to get on the wrong side of the Swifties or the TikTok army or the K-pop army. Don't know if he is on the wrong side, but he's clearly not on their side, and since they haven't embraced him and said he's our guy. Tom Foreman, you can read the series on CNN.com, American Battleground. Go, check it out right now. Tom, thank you so much. You're welcome. Coming up, a flaming tiki torch and feces on the speaker's desk. Who's behind this mysterious political art popping up around the nation's capital? We're doing some digging, trying to find out.
Madam Giselle, that is a change in your future.
Is it a promotion?
I see a door opening.
Oh, to a corner office.
There's a creature, beady eyes, lots of hair.
Is it my boss, Dave?
No, raccoons everywhere. Your RV door is open, and they're chewing everything.
Not a problem. I'm covered by Progressive. Do you see a bigger paycheck?
Customize your coverage with Progressive's pest damage protection and be prepared for the unexpected. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Pest damage protection available for RVs less than 6 years old. $250 deductible applies to any claim.
Vita's Precision Second Opinion is disrupting the world of late-stage cancer in a positive way. Sandy, Archie, and Jan all had something in common. Late-stage colon, prostate, and breast cancers that didn't have targeted treatment options. Invita's precision technology has given them their lives back. I'm Dr. Dean Prado, and I personally welcome you to utilize our Precision Second Opinion and discover if Invita is right for you. Visit us at invita.com.
Why do so many dogs suffer from weight issues, skin problems, and low energy? It could be the popular dog food you put in their bowl each day. Veterinarian Dr. Marty created Nature's Blend, made with wholesome ingredients like premium meats, vegetables, and fruit. Save up to 54% of Nature's Blend and get a free bag of cod Krispies. Go to drmartypets.com/CNN or text CNN to 511. Text CNN. So unique. Your dog's results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply.
Sometimes numbers are important. Ours is 50,000. At CertaPro Painters, we proudly have over 50,000 five-star painting reviews. That means everything to us. For over 30 years, CertaPro Painters have earned the trust of customers like you because we treat all painting projects with the quality and care they deserve. Call the professionals at CertaPro for a first-class painting experience for your home or your business. We're locally owned and operated, so every job has a personal touch. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro. Visit CertaPro.com today. Each local CertaPro Painters is independently owned and operated.
Search Kings knows it's not the number of customer calls you get. It's the number of calls that get you customers. That's why Search Kings now has Call Intelligence. With Call Intelligence, evaluating, summarizing, and scoring every incoming call, you'll know the most profitable leads, what generated them, and your true return on investment. In the history of Google advertising, there will be before Call Intelligence and after Call Intelligence. You want to stand out where your customers are online? Switch to Search Kings.
California Psychics is great. Gosh, I got everything I could imagine from my reading.
At California Psychics, we only connect our customers with the best. In fact, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us. So we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free.
something about my love life that I needed to hear. I do feel better about my relationship from what she told me, and I feel like I'm on the right path.
Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20, which means you could soon be taking a romantic stroll down the right path, too. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Get $5 off with code Radio5 when you download the app.
Bombas makes the most comfortable socks, underwear, and t-shirts.
Morning. Bombas are so comfortable you may throw out all your other clothes.
Yeah, that's because they're designed with soft, breathable materials like extra long staple cotton and flush merino wool.
Morning. Bombas are so soft they make clouds and kittens feel like rocks.
Sorry, do we really have to say that?
No, this is just how I talk, and I really love my Bombas. With underwear supporting socks like my feet, now breathable during underwear fails. Plus, for every item purchase, Bombas will donate an item too.
Oh, wait, you know what? Put on these relaxing Bombas slippers and say that last part again.
Okay. For every item purchased, Bombas will donate another essential clothing item to someone facing homelessness. Wow, these slippers really are relaxing.
Yeah, to feel good and do good, go to bombas.com/CNN and use code CNN for 20% off your first purchase. That's BOMBAS.com/CNN and use code CNN at checkout.
Vice President Kamala Harris set to make her second stop of the day in Pennsylvania. These are live images from that rally in Harrisburg.
And earlier, she was in North Carolina, where she spoke once again to ABC News about President Biden's garbage comment. Let's listen to this.
Trump says that when you were making your closing pitch for unity last night, President Biden was calling his supporters garbage. What did you think when you heard President Biden make those comments?
Well, first of all, I think that the president has explained what he meant, but I've said it earlier. I strongly disagree with any criticism of people based on who they vote for, and I've made that clear throughout my career, including my speech last night before I think this all happened, which is I intend to be president for all Americans, and including those who may not vote for me in this election. I take very seriously my obligation and my oath to concern myself first with the needs of the American people and put them before whatever might be my selfish issues.
Harris has now talked about this repeatedly, or been questioned about it, and the answer for it, which is certainly not what she would like to be focusing on today.
Yeah, and you can tell what she wants to focus on. She pivoted right back to her speech last night on the ellipse, trying to get her closing message to the American people. Republicans have pounced on this, though. We should point out Donald Trump has repeatedly already today attacked Vice President Harris as well as President Biden over these issues. Pivoting to another story, some more sort of trashy toilets.
Toilet humor?
Toilet adjacent conversation. Somebody, a person or a group, is trying to make quite a statement with some statues they're leaving around landmarks here in the nation's capital. It's meant to be art, but at least this one doesn't leave much to interpretation.
So it is a bronze likeness shaped like a popular emoji that we all know. Mysteriously turning up near the Capitol last week, it depicts the gift left on Nancy Pelosi's desk during the January 6th riot. And it's not the only piece of political art that has popped up around town. CNN's Gabe Cohen is here to explain what's going on. These are real, this is metal, sturdy art.
Yeah, these are a couple of serious statues that have popped up in D.C. They are not so subtle digs at former President Trump, but they really appear mysteriously. We don't know still to this day who exactly is behind it, artists or artists are. The one you showed, that was the first one that by the Capitol, and you can see that basketball size sitting on top of it. And on it, there is a plaque at the bottom of the statue. I want to read it to you. It says, "This memorial honors the brave men and women who broke into the United States Capitol on January 6, 2021 to loot, urinate, and defecate throughout those hallowed halls in order to overturn an election." President Trump celebrates these heroes of January 6th as unbelievable patriots and warriors. This monument stands as a testament to their daring sacrifice and lasting legacy. A little bit, I think, of sarcasm in there. I sense just a little bit.
And then cut to Monday when another statue popped up. This one just a couple blocks away from the White House in Freedom Plaza. It is of a tiki torch. It is titled the Donald J. Trump Enduring Flame. And the plaque on this one reads, "This monument pays tribute to President Donald Trump and the very fine people that he boldly stood to defend when they marched in Charlottesville, Virginia," referencing, of course, that 2017 white supremacist march. It says, "While many have called them white supremacists and neo-Nazis, President Trump's voice rang out above the rest to remind all that they were treated absolutely unfairly." And I can tell you, having been out there at these statues yesterday, they're becoming a tourist attraction here in D.C. Take a listen. A week out from Election Day, the message really resonating with some voters.
You brought back some of that energy and anger that has, faded over time.
I think the message couldn't be more clear that, we have to do our part to make sure that another January 6th doesn't happen.
And so again, we don't know who the artist is here, but we were able to obtain the National Park Service permit because these were allowed to be there by the National Park Service. They were approved. The names on it are a Civic Crafted LLC, and then there's an individual's name. We've been reaching out, but at this point, no one's responded. Nobody seems to want to take credit.
The individual's name not Gabe Cohen, is it?
I'm not going to say a thing.
Wait, so is there a way to figure it out? I mean, how long will these be out there for a while?
So they are going to be removed. As of now, the desk is scheduled to be removed today, the torch tomorrow, so someone is coming to pick them up. But we don't know if it's the artist, maybe the groups that were involved. There has been security around them, so this is quite organized.
If there's two, could there be three? Should we expect more?
The National Park Service said at this point there's no permit for any additional art, but who knows? Just a few days till the election.
Gabe, thank you for that. Very mysterious. Coming up next, while Americans go to cast their votes, gas prices are nearing a 3-year low. But will that have any effect on how people vote? We'll have more when we come back.
Everybody ready?
Experience the new movie here. A moment we'll always remember. It's beautiful, heartfelt, and incredibly moving. It's like Forrest Gump, only wiser and deeper. It will reaffirm your love of movies. A huge thumbs up.
I'm sure does fly, doesn't it?
Sure does.
Here in theaters Thursday. Rated PG-13. Inappropriate for children under 13.
Tickets they paying for life insurance through work? I can almost guarantee you're overpaying for limited coverage. I'm Joel Clark, a select quote agent for over 20 years. My clients are shocked to learn how expensive life insurance at work really is because of a rate that's driven up by unhealthy people. Why pay more when you don't have to? For over 35 years, SelectQuote has helped people save 50% or more by shopping highly rated insurance carriers. I found a 40-year-old man with high blood pressure, a $500,000 policy for only $18 a month. Don't procrastinate. Workplace open enrollment will be here soon. Let SelectQuote save you money and get you the coverage you need to protect your family.
For your free quote in just minutes, call 1-800-246-9090. That's 1-800-246-9090. 1-800-246-9090. Or go to SelectQuote.com. Full details on example policy and carrier ratings at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Price could vary by health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
I love, but like most companies, I set up both comfortable. I founded Viscose from Bamboo. I'm Tyler, founder of Cozy Earth. Cozy Earth offers the softest, most comfortable sheets, towels, PJs, joggers.
I'm fine. What's it? I've already taken care of that. Thank you for putting me on your do not call list. you doing?
What's up, Jeff?
He likes the dash ornaments. He calls his dash candy.
I like that word, ornaments. Dash ornaments.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. That's all good.
Gotta get some aspirin. I got a headache. I got fucking heartburn. All that.
You got aspirin?
Huh?
You got aspirin already?
Yeah, I did. That chicken was hot.
Was it? Okay.
You gotta get money orders.
Where we gonna get those from?
Huh?
Where we gonna get those from?
Mexico? I'm just gonna go over 100 straight there. And the most expensive stuff were, like I would do one thing of chicken, one thing of pork, you know what I'm saying? And then
Oh, as far as meat?
yeah. And then you want to get some chicken dinner and burritos, right?
Yeah, let me see.
Oh yeah, you can find like a small meatloaf, that would be good for a dinner.
Yeah.
Keep it as minimal as possible at the 99-cent store. If you need the sleepy medicine on here, the sleepy medicine bottle.
You don't ask me. You say, well, I gotta do this. Then I have to say, you want me to do it? You say, yeah. You don't never just ask. Where's your notes?
Hit the bottom right hand corner, where it says Samsung. Second row, top left. Bottom left.
What am I putting on there?
Money orders and sleepy medicine. Once we get our sliced cheese back and cheese, then we can burritos, and we have TV dinners, and then sandwiches. I do have hoagies on it because I couldn't get hoagies before.
Yeah.
But I am hoping I can at least get.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even really use bread. You never want your sandwich on a regular bread?
No, but I love the grilled cheese sandwiches. Like, I think quesadillas and spam is a great dinner. I like it. And I'm hoping to get the energy drinks over there. I'm hoping to get your Kleenex over there. I might be able to find some frozen burritos and TV dinners over there. I might be able to find the bigger ones. The dressing, the salad dressing, I should be able to get over there. I'm gonna look for. I'll put on there a bag of rice so that we can go ahead and put your phone and my phone, for that matter, inside a bag of rice and try to dry it out.
Yeah.
And then we can always use your compressed air to blow it out and put it back in there.
That's what I did with that one last time, and I ain't had no problems since I blew it out.
Compressed air? Okay.
Some was in there.
So yeah, I'm gonna try to get. But yeah, I do have a bag of rice on there, cream cheese and bagels, lunch meat, everything that we threw away in the fridge, I put on there. Whenever you put back on there the rug, do you still have one more roll on, or have you found your last roll on?
But muscle roll?
Uh-huh.
No, last one.
Did you want me to go ahead and get the $1.25 cream?
You had got me too?
I did.
What One of them might be in the,
big bag?
yeah, I'll check.
You want me to get you some cream just in case? This would be cheaper for us to get it over there, right?
I like the cream better.
Over there? Oh, you do like it better than roll on? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Do we need more Band-Aids or are we good on Band-Aids?
Probably get some more.
Can you put that on my list? 'Cause I should be able to find some Band-Aids over there. Unless you like the ones that you have, you get those at Winkler. That's where I got those. The
Yeah, I
clear
like
ones?
those. Those ain't bad.
The clear ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got the clear ones at Winkler. If I can get out of the dollar store and only spend like $30, if you want me to get your soda over there, because I can get a 12-pack for like $3.75.
Yeah, you can.
It's not going to be a variety, but it'll either be Coke or Martha, Coke or Sprite or Coke or whatever they have. I don't know what they have, but you can get the 12-pack. How many sodas do you have down there?
Like 2?
Okay. So...
No. Oh, from the ones I bought yesterday, like 4, maybe 5. But I can just get a, or you can get a 12-pack.
Well, but you know they have those 4-packs over there.
Oh, yeah.
And so the 4-packs are only $1.25. And that's what I'm saying. I don't know how expensive. I know what I have been noticing is like when I went to the store to go look for a 12-pack, the 12-pack was still running like $6, $7. If I can get a 12-pack for $3.75, I get 16 sodas for $5.
Right.
Because at $1.25, the sodas are coming up to about, let's see, 4 into 120 is still like 31 cents a can, 4-pack.
Yeah.
But if I can get in and out of there if you can get out of there for only spending $100 for tickets to the list, that does not include the money orders. Like the money orders will be separate. But if you get only spend $100 and then I can get out of there without spending $30, then I should be good. Because you should be able to get a majority of the stuff. My main thing is get like 4 boxes of Kleenex. You don't need toilet tissue. You don't need Ziploc bags or cool-on Ziploc bags, right? Basically, we're really just replacing the stuff that you threw away, right? But yeah, if you can find like a pack of pork chops for like $4 or $5, a pack of chicken for like $4 or $5. I might be able to find that John Morrell Aussie sausage that's cut in half, and I might be able to find that at the dollar store.
Yeah, cause the pork chops and the chicken, that's 2 meals right there.
Right.
If I get 2 TV dinners, that's 4 meals. You get a horseshoe, that's 5 meals. That's 5 days.
2 TV dinners.
6 days.
Well, if you got only 2 TV dinners, that's
1 day.
1 day. But we do have Spam in there. We can always do Spam and grilled cheese or Spam and quesadillas. That's a deal. So we're just gonna admit it's an extra, you know what I'm saying? It's $150 we really had to plan on, so. And we're still trying to pay, because I thought we were gonna be able
You want to bypass the shopping?
I do not. Because we still have to stop and get money orders. We need money orders. Because today's the 30th, we gotta mail them off tomorrow. Or by the 1st, whatever the case may be, we still gotta mail them off. You know what I'm saying? And if I'm not mistaken, I think most of the TAs have a mailbox out there, so I'm hoping that
though.
No, that's okay. I put it on your feet and up there to keep the. Just that we had the windows closed, we got a little warm. And that's why I really want to try to push as far as we can to get past this storm, because right here, we're not even in the mountains and it's 47 degrees. I know that once we get up there and it's raining, we're talking about 30 degrees, we're going to catch snow somewhere. You know what I'm saying? So I'm hoping that we'll get the back half of it once it gets dark. Right. It starts to get dark right around 6:30. So we can be off of the 89 and off of 44 and get the back half of it. It might be okay. Because right now we should be at Winco by 3 o'clock. It gives us at most an hour to shop. You know what I'm saying? In and out of there, and then back on the freeway. We can get on the freeway by 4. And once we get on the freeway at 4, that gives us we got about 4 hours left to drive after that. Because we'll have about 215 miles left to drive. So that's about a 4-hour drive. By 4, we park by 8. It's not bad.
So you gotta worry just on your face.
I really want to get past this one because I have a feeling if we don't, that comes tomorrow, we're going to have to wait for them to clear it, and then we're going to have to, it might be sketchy, I don't know. Maybe it won't be cleared until like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and then we're going to be driving from 2 o'clock in the afternoon until 7, 8 o'clock, because I'm really looking forward to, because being parked by 8 o'clock is still not that bad. Yep, good signal. And if we can go ahead and decompress, and then rest, and then get up, and it'll be 2 hours straight. So did you want to pick up some rotisserie chicken for tonight for dinner?
Yeah.
Do they have rotisserie chicken today?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll see if they have some candy over there at the dollar store. You said you're looking for suckers and sour candy?
Yeah.
No chocolate?
Stomach.
Huh?
I eat too much, it messes my stomach up. So if they there, I won't be reaching for it. If I want something sweet, I'll have some suckers.
Okay. And if you do want chocolate, then we'll just get the buy 2 for $5.75 at the store on the Kingside candy. Okay, so I'll look and see if they have any sour candy over there. I know you like little pops, like the roll pops too, right?
Yeah.
And there's no need for me to go all out, right?
No.
Huh?
No, I still got plenty.
I'll probably need 2 bags, and you should only need 2 bags, right?
Yeah.
If you take that green bag, that holds quite a bit.
Still got about, what, 100 miles before we get there, right?
Yep, we got about 100 miles before we get there.
squeeze in another nap.
Yep. About an hour and 45 minutes. Sorry.
Oh, you good? Sorry for what?
I'm waking you.
I woke up myself.
I know, but you woke up and you heard me talking to that. Yeah.
See, I woke right up and said, "What's up, Jeff?" I heard they was talking about Kamala before I went to sleep.
I don't think that Anthony wants to be off message. I think Biden actually gave her something that's on brand to distinguish herself from Joe Biden. And maybe it wasn't of her choosing, and maybe she's not as forceful at it as she should be, but like this might be something of an opportunity, given that she's trying to pitch like the Nikki Haley swingable moderate center voters. Hearing her say, "That's not how I thought," it's not a terrible message.
Yeah, and Delia, I should note, I mean, before there were questions about President Biden's age, I've covered it for 25 years, he would say wildly inappropriate things. And remember in 2012? You remember when he said, he was speaking before a black crowd, he said something like, they want to put you back in chains.
That's all we're looking for is 200 hours a day,
yes,
baby.
That slave master Mitt Romney wanted to put you back in chains. So
that's all we're looking for is 200 hours a day.
It's fair to say that we're not going to see Mr. Biden on the campaign trail for Kamala Harris, at least not live.
Probably not. Look, President Biden has a long history of making gaffes. It's not a surprise. He's not on the ballot. And I think her comments were spot on. That's not how we saw it.
Then once we make it, we got to have 4,000 before next year.
I understand why the Trump campaign is trying to make this a thing. But please listen to the outrage from the man.
Okay, so
but at least we'll be getting paid for it.
Okay, so once we hit 4,000, then that's when it kicks in. Yeah. But once we hit that 4,000, is zeros completely out?
Zeros down, then we got a year to do 4,000 more.
And if we don't get it, then
they take our shit.
Thanks.
But shit, if we do 1,200 in a week, that should be no problem.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's
I didn't know it was that easy to get watch hours. Watch hours was foreign to me. You know what I mean?
Right.
I was stuck on shorts.
When you have people on who are watching while we're driving, and let's just say you have 50 people who watch only for an hour while we're going through all the rain and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? That's 50 hours. Even if you have 100 people that watch for 30 minutes, that's still 50 hours. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, out of one live, there's no doubt in my mind we can't get 200 hours out of it.
Right, but even if, let's say for instance, we average 100, you're still looking at 100 a day. That's 700 a week.
Well, we'll have that 4,000, no problem.
Correct.
And get paid on top of that.
Correct.
I love it. I was watching a video last night. This dude was breaking down. He had just got monetized, so he was just breaking down what he was getting paid. And they, like I said, they pay you off of YouTube Red members. You get a little bump from them because they pay a little more for their subscription. He was just showing how much he had got paid the first week. Said it's gonna be slow starting off because he's just not getting monetized. They're just not putting the ads on there. But they pay the ad people, they pay $15 for 1,000 views. And YouTube takes 51% of it. So we get a little less than half, but half it. So it'll be 1,000 views, like I said the other day, around $6,
People are
$7.
watching our videos like we watch somebody else's videos, and they put on a little 15-second commercial, and then they hit skip, just like I would do like when I was watching. That's how it goes.
Yeah, but whoever is on that commercial, they pay. So we basically split it.
Right.
You know, short videos I can bang out.
Now, did he say he was getting paid once a month or twice a month?
It's twice a month. I forgot what the schedule is. I think it's the 12th and the 21st, or the 1st and the 15th, something like that. I don't know. I gotta look all that up, but it's twice a month when we'll be getting paid.
Let's just say it is. Let's just say it's only $100 every 2 weeks. How about that? $200
gonna start rolling. We're gonna be rolling.
Really, we just need to make up the money that we're gonna be losing again.
I just want to try to match what you make. I mean, I know that's gonna be hard, but it depends on how popular we are. The residual. Doubling your pay. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Even if you do half of what I'm getting paid, that's kind of half.
Right. You see, to be a little bit worth it being on the road. And I was watching this other video, the lady I was telling you about that I was watching, she was talking about how because they get inside of their head while they're driving. Stay out of your head while you're driving, you ain't gonna have no problem being a truck driver.
Well, maybe that's the reason why I can just shut it down and blank out and just focus on the radio and
Right.
drive.
Because if you get caught up in your thoughts, then you end up festering on shit that you're mad at. You know what I mean? That's not good.
I try to blank everything out and then just focus on the radio. Because I really only have 3 hours a day to get caught up on all the news. You know what I'm saying? And even though the big stories are repeated between CNN News Central and Jay Capper, because then I know I got fantasy football between 3 and 5. And then I can always bounce back or continue on with fantasy football if I want to.
How big runs into trouble is, like you said, she's got to be able to hold on to some of that money when she gets paid. That's her only pay. That's her only fault right there.
Not just that, but how about we make half the $900 in the food stamp? She would use it and use the bulk of it, like $500 to $600 to build the house. Then to hold on to some more of it for the second half of the month. You know what I'm saying? Because we're going to go through part of that stuff. And what she was doing is she would use her food stamp card because she had the cash for her Red Bulls. And she buys big ones. You know what I'm saying? So over the course of 2 weeks, she has spent $45 just on Red Bulls. Over the course of a month. Over the course of a month, we're looking at $90, and that's if she only gets one.
We almost ready to cash out there. Got like $79 on there.
Oh, we just gonna leave it there.
Just gonna leave it there?
Yeah, just like when we leave our, we'll cash it out when we're done. You know what I'm saying? Just like our upgrade.
What upgrade?
The upside down.
Oh, yeah.
You got like $45 on there.
And I'm accumulating money on my music too.
So you say we just let that shit sit there.
Yeah. In 5 years, my music gonna be doing what it do. Tory Lanez, get ready to get out of prison.
Oh yeah.
That's the one that shot Megan Thee Stallion in the foot.
Which he didn't really shoot her in the foot. He shot the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And it ricocheted and hit her foot.
Right.
But he didn't really shoot her in the foot.
Well, how about his paperwork is all tangled up like a spider web because his lawyer works for Rock Nation.
Okay.
Now, you know Rock Nation was Tory Lanez's record company, but he bought him out. But conflict of interest because his lawyer was working for the other side. Which Megan Thee Stallion is also a Rock Nation artist.
Well, he's a Rock Nation attorney. He should be able to represent both of them on music, but not in court.
It's a lady.
Or her. She should represent one of them in court.
Fucking up all these cases.
Well, it wasn't attempted murder. It wasn't manslaughter. It was discharging a weapon in public. You know what I'm saying?
When they gave him a 6 to 10, give him down 2 years almost. 2 years
He's
old.
been down for how many?
2 years.
So 6 to 10, take the bottom number, get out the bottom. I mean, it's 6 to 10. Technically, he can get out after that.
How about this motherfucker? After he bought himself out, right before he got locked up, he bought himself out of his record deal. Then he started making money on TuneCore.
Oh, yeah?
So, yeah, because he was already popular. So once you put your shit out, they see the name, so all the money going in his pocket. The record company ain't getting none of that shit. So they say this motherfucker is the #1 streamer on Spotify. 100 million streams a month. All independent. Even if they give you 2 or 3 cents a stream, that's money like a mother.
Right. I mean, yeah, even at 1 cent a stream, if you're getting 100 million, that's $1 million a month.
He was young too. He started singing when he was like 17. He got an 80s album that I was listening to last night. I like it. He got Jerry Curl in the video.
Does he?
Yeah.
So yeah, they just say we just keep plugging on, got it. And doing us, and like I said, we can always build up a savings account, and then when we go home, pay somebody for that one particular project. You know what I'm saying? Like, we know for sure we definitely want to try to save up a minimum of $700 to get somebody out there to do the sprinkler system.
It's going to, I was going to say it's going to at least be about $600.
Right. And we'll have them come out. We'll have them do a...
Redo all my sprinklers.
Right. We'll have them do an estimate. Let us know how much it's going to cost. And then fix the pipe in the front, fix the pipe in the back, redo all the sprinklers so that they're all set up.
And they got to put spaghetti wire into all the palm trees in the front too.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. When we water our yard, it'll water those too. You know what I'm saying? So it'll always be at midnight when we get it done. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that we ought to save, and then pay somebody to come out there and fix our system.
Right.
And schedule it for when we're at home. Like, we'll have them come out and do an estimate and then set it up when we're going to be back in town next time. I don't want to do it when the girls are there. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Because you can actually oversee it. You will understand what the guy talks about, what needs to be done, what doesn't need to be done, all of that.
Right.
But yeah, I definitely want to go ahead and get the sprinkler system set up. And
I want to put some more rocks in the front too, like just to sprinkle around, like more reddish looking rocks, just to fill it in. Not red, not bright red, but like kind of like the color of the roof. Just sprinkle them out through the front yard, at least so it look a little fuller.
do we have any in the back?
Yeah, we got some. I just ain't had time to get the wheelbarrow.
Oh, that's why I want to take somebody to do it. Let them do it. You know what I'm saying? Let them know that those rocks are in the back. I want them in the front. I don't want any rocks there in the back. All right, folks.
All right, folks. Where you going, Adam?
Not right. Because it might be cheaper for them to just go ahead and turn over that whole backyard and just put sod out there.
Right. some of that AstroTurf. I like how that shit looks. When you get close to it, you can tell it's fake, but shit, that shit stay green. I don't know if I want that in front before AstroTurf in front.
No, I want to leave the front the way it is with the landscaping out there with the rock, palm trees, and my tree.
Oh, you want real grass in the back?
I want it in the back. I want the side in the back. So they can move all of those trees, all of those rocks in the backyard up against that fence line, and put it in the front. That'll fill the front. And maybe we can look at getting some of the smaller bushes to put over there in those corners. That's what I'm saying. I'd rather see if we can put sod out there, but it's going to be easier to put the AstroTurf out there. And guess what? I ain't got a problem with that. It ain't like we going to be out there playing in the gym. And we're right around the corner from the park. So if kids want to go to the park to go play, they can. You know what I'm saying? If they want to play around outside, they can. Because it's not like we're going to be putting a swing set out there or jungle gym. We ain't doing none of that. That's really going to be out there for kids where if they're tired of being inside, they can go outside. When you're outside, they like to be outside. Great. Go outside with the pop pop. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they still ain't showing Maya how to ride her bike. They falling behind. I remember you used to didn't want me to show how they got to ride hers because you ain't want to get hit by a car.
I did. And the problem is that because Holly switched her days off when she has kids, you know what I'm saying, it's supposed to feel like she originally had it. So you take the kids, so you drop the kids off at school on Thursday. Then you have to go and pick the kids up. Then you have to go back over there to go and drop them off because teaching happens on Thursday. So my thing about it is why not just drop the kids off on Wednesday, go to work, come home, have Thursday, do what you need to do, and then get your kids back Saturday night so you have all day Sunday with your kids. And then that way Keisha can only keep the kids on Sunday when the kids have children's church. But they're there for choir practices, they're there for dance practices, whatever the case may be. But she's cutting into her time spending with the kids, and then she's using extra cash. Hey, that's how you want to do it, knock yourself out. You'll listen to me one day.
I'm saying some people just wired to do shit backwards. That's the only way they know, really.
I always make sure I found this phone when I can spend time with people, but I couldn't spend time with them. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I use every minute for phone.
Yeah, because the easy way a lot of the time is the backward way. You won't know it until you're done, though.
Which actually, Daddy, it's easier for her to do that. And she saves money on gas.
Right.
Because all you do is you're dropping the kids off on the way to work. You're not having to make the second trip to go pick up the kids and go pick up Trent and then drop them off.
Yeah. I don't see nobody on here.
It says I live in Medford. Yep, we're north of Medford.
All right, Medford. Shouts out to Medford.
Right. You have a family member that lives in Medford?
Yep.
Oh, they say the rain hasn't hit Medford yet. Great, because we gotta go shopping.
It's coming.
Oh yeah, it's coming. So hopefully it'll dry up by the time we get there. We gotta go shopping. We're trying to stay ahead of the storm because when it hit, by the time it hits the Shasta, it's gonna be something. cloudy out there? I hope so.
So it ain't getting nothing at all.
Broad, we're going to choose Lancaster and York counties. Help us understand what's going on.
Yes, in Lancaster, she talked about, 2,500 of these mail ballot applications, and they were going through them, and they noticed some issues and believe that there were issues that were, some of them were potentially fraudulent. These are under investigation. They've been segregated. This is how the process is. Applications, you're looking for issues. If you see issues, you investigate. York County isn't commenting on whether they think they were a fraudulent ballot application, but what they are saying is they got this trove of election-related material, thousands of election-related documents from this big third-party organization, and so they are going through this trove of documents, trying to figure out if there could be an issue where any of this is potentially fraudulent. Again, this is how the process is supposed to work.
Okay, let's go closer to Philadelphia and the Collar counties. We've got Delaware County and Bucks County. There's something having to do with on-demand mail voting. What's going on?
So in Delaware County, what officials are saying is that there was an issue who was disruptive, who needed to be removed from a polling site. There's not actually an indication that this was a person who was trying to vote, but she is a member of the Republican Party, and Republicans have basically said, she was disenfranchised, voters were disenfranchised. So that's one issue when we say, officials there say she was disruptive, she had to be removed. In Bucks County, the issue was there were extremely long lines yesterday, which was supposed to be the last day where you could show up, register.
I'll take the...
We got the pink one.
I'll take the pink one and the camouflage bag.
I'll take the green one and the...
Okay.
That should be good, right?
Yep, should be.
Yeah, or that anybody's trying to disenfranchise anybody necessarily, but, let people register, let people vote. I mean, that's absolutely. Paula, does the fact that the U.S. Supreme Court did intervene here in this Virginia case suggest that they might be more active than they have been in the past when it comes to elections?
Yeah, I think it does. Even lawyers working on both sides of both campaigns were a little bit surprised that they waited here. We're also waiting for another big decision from them about the so-called naked ballots. It is as exciting as it sounds in Pennsylvania.
That does sound exciting.
Isn't it exciting? It's about the secrecy sleeves.
Naked
But it
ballots.
will have a huge impact.
It
is exciting if you want to get all the votes in Pennsylvania. But nobody expected really that they would weigh in here. The fact that they weighed in on the Virginia case suggests they could weigh in on the Pennsylvania case, and that's significant because that, of course, could mean the ballgame for Harris or Trump. But we also saw this decision today along partisan lines, and we know that Republicans have intervened in over 130 lawsuits related to the election already, and many of these are designed to potentially go all the way to the Supreme Court, where Trump has appointed a third of the high court, if that's what it takes to figure out who won here.
All right. Ballot watch, I love it. Keeping an eye, making sure people have an opportunity to vote. Sarah, Paul, thank you so much. Staying in our politics, things are heating up in Texas when it comes to the race for the U.S. Senate. Congressman Colin Allred is trying to become the very first Democratic senator from the Lone Star State since the early 1990s, before Sarah Murray and Paula Reed were born. Republican Senator Ted Cruz is running to keep his job in what has been a ruby red state for quite some time. And it's a race that could determine control of the U.S. Senate, seeing as how the areas of Dallas. And to help us understand why there are so many eyes on Texas.
Well, it's interesting, Jake, because, Republicans like Greg Abbott and John Cornyn have recently won elections by comfortable margins, but once again, Senator Ted Cruz finds himself in another tight race. You remember back without him in 2018, winning by just about 200,000 votes in this state. The New York Times Siena College poll just recently out shows that Cruz has a slight edge by about 4 points so far. So once again, Democrats getting hopeful that this could be the year that they win a statewide election, which they haven't done since 1994. Cruz on the campaign trail, we've been following him around for the last few weeks, is really hammering home at the issues of
border security and immigration, also tapping into what we see Republicans doing nationwide, transgender and girl youth sports as well. But the one thing Ted Cruz does not talk about in his campaign rallies is the abortion issue.
Bronco versus semi-truck.
There's no mention of abortion. Why not?
Well, I understand that's what Democrats want to talk all day long about. But the Supreme Court made clear that's an issue for the voters, state by state. You know?
But it's still a huge issue for millions of Texans.
I recognize it's what the press is obsessed with. But you know, it's interesting.
No. Let's not do that. This has nothing to do with what the press is obsessed with. There are voters that are obsessed with that.
I recognize it's what the press is obsessed with. And I recognize
voters.
Okay, I know that the press thinks that voters are what they're obsessed with.
So you can see they're a little difficult to get the senator to answer those types of questions. On the other side, you have Colin Allred, who has been hammering away at Ted Cruz on this abortion issue. He's also gotten a lot of mileage out of Ted Cruz's trip to Cancun during the Texas freeze several years throughout his campaign. And that's one of the things that you see in the ads where Democrats here in the state have spent $108 million on Allred ads in this campaign. This is what he says about it.
Could not be a more serious topic. This abortion ban is Ted Cruz's abortion ban. He celebrated and called for the Dobbs ruling and said it was a massive victory. He said the law that we have here in Texas is perfectly reasonable.
So with just a few days left, Jake, in this campaign, those are kind of the overall themes that you're going to be hearing a lot from these candidates as we approach election day. Jake?
All right, Ellen and Eric, thank you so much. Coming up, what a second Trump term could look like if he wins. Robert Kennedy Jr. says it.
What is it? RFK
Experience the new movie here. A moment we'll always remember. It's beautiful, heartfelt, and incredibly moving. It's like Forrest Gump, only wiser and deeper. It will reaffirm your love of movies. A huge thumbs up. I'm sure does, doesn't it?
Sure does.
Here in theaters Thursday, rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13. Tickets on sale now. When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates.
Right. So Chase Polini says he's off and on, the sun keeps peeking out.
Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
But it says,
elementary.
I don't know.
I think I got it.
Denise says, please be careful out there. Absolutely, Denise, thank you.
In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/ins. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like. ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/news to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/news. ZipRecruiter.com/news.
Even if you think it's a bit overhyped, AI is suddenly everywhere. From self-driving cars to molecular medicine to business efficiency. If it's not in your industry yet, it's coming fast. But AI needs a lot of speed and computing power, so how do you compete without costs spiraling out of control? Time to upgrade to the next generation of the cloud. Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, or OCI. OCI is a blazing fast and secure platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, plus all your AI and machine learning workloads. OCI costs 50% less for computing and 80% less for networking, so you're saving a pile of money. Thousands of businesses have already upgraded to OCI, including MGM Resorts, Specialized Bikes, and Fireworks AI. Right now, Oracle is offering to cut your... if you move to OCI. For new U.S. customers with a minimum financial commitment, offer ends December 31st, 2024. See if your company qualifies for this special offer at oracle.com/CNN. That's oracle.com/CNN.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
plans are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-519-3035. That's 800-519-3035. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Just like a quarterback needs a solid offensive line, you need reliable funding to help keep your business moving forward. And Swish Funding, we fund small businesses like yours from $25,000 up to $2 million with cash in your account in less than 24 hours. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you can unlock financing with rates as low as 8% and flexible payment terms tailored to your business needs. Apply today at swishfunding.com. SWISH funding.com.
Vice President Kamala Harris is speaking now in Harrisburg in Battleground, Pennsylvania. Let's listen in.
All right.
Here's the thing. Let me say something. We are 6 days out of an election. We are 6 days away from an election. And ours is about a fight for democracy and your right to be heard. That is what is on the line in this election. That is what is on the line in this election. Look, everybody has a right to be heard, but right now I am speaking.
Straight up. Everybody got to be right to be heard, but right now I'm speaking up there.
Answer to the financial pressures that you face is the same as the last time. Another $1 trillion tax cut for billionaires and big corporations. And this time, you will pay for it with a 20% national sales tax on everything you buy that is imported.
We're listening to Vice President Kamala Harris. She's in Harrisburg in Battleground, Pennsylvania. We're going to continue to monitor her remarks. You just heard her there talking about Trump's tariffs and also talking about how she's going to give a middle-class tax cut to 100 million Americans. We've also heard former President Trump make this promise to the American people, talking about Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
I'm going to let him go wild on health. I'm going to let him go wild on the food. I'm going to let him go wild on medicines.
So that's Donald Trump prescribing a role for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. if he were to win Donald Trump a second term. RFK Jr. seemingly affirmed the former president's words earlier this week.
President Trump has promised me is control of the public health agencies, which are HHS and some agencies, CDC, FDA, NIH, and a few others, and then also the USDA, which is key to making America healthy.
Just a reminder, RFK Jr. has no medical license and has made wildly inaccurate claims about all sorts of medicines, including childhood vaccines. And frankly, this is what he said, kind of a deranged remark about coronavirus.
In fact, COVID-19, there's no argument that it is ethnically targeted. COVID-19 attacks certain races of disproportion. Is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. People are most of them are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese.
I mean, there aren't even words to describe what hackery that is. Wild.
490-0429. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Log on to oxcarcare.com or call Ox Car Care. 800-490-0429.
Conversation with Cardinals over.
Money for the church.
she goes on. Are there setbacks? Are there terrible trials, turmoil, neutrality? Yep. But we grow from that. And that's in our weakness and our pain is when we trust in God.
Conversation with Cardinal Dolan, Tuesdays at 2 p.m. East, only on the Catholic Channel, Sirius XM 129.
In our pop culture lead today, Emmy Award-winning writer, comedian, and late-night TV host Seth Meyers is taking a closer look at his own family, finding that his wife and 3 young children are giving former SNL alumnus a lot to joke about in his new HBO comedy special, Dad Man Walking. Here's a clip.
My wife and I are so tired. Not only do we not binge shows, I would describe the way we watch television as microdosing. We watch 10 minutes of an episode at a time. My wife falls asleep after the first 5 minutes, but I'm not allowed to turn it off because the sudden drop in volume will wake her up. So I just have to slowly bring down the volume, continuing to watch while the characters just get quieter and quieter, which I think is what it's like to watch TV when you're having a stroke.
Very, very familiar. You're now the writer and performer of Dad Man Walking, airing now on HBO, which I should note, like CNN, is owned by Warner Brothers Discovery. Seth Meyers, also the host of NBC's Late Night, as you all know already. Seth, welcome back. Good to have you.
It's so exciting to be back.
Yeah.
It's been years.
It's been, I think, a decade, although I had your wife on earlier this year for a much more serious segment. So this special is a bit of a departure from your gig on Late Night. You basically trade in the political jokes for dad jokes and husband jokes. You say you want your kids to be content, but you also want them to be content. Does that make some of the more challenging moments of being a dad more enjoyable, knowing that you can turn them into content?
Very much so. And to the point where my wife sometimes, when things are getting really hairy with the kids, will have to turn to me and say, stop writing, because she can tell that I am not actually trying to help alleviate the situation. I'm just trying to figure out how I will talk about it on stage.
You know what? I have some, and I'll tell you on camera, I have some great stories you can just take. Great stories.
Yeah.
Great stories.
Well, they are fairly universal, it turns out.
Yeah. Just remind me to tell you what, well, I'll keep it clean. So your wife, Lexi, been a guest on the show to talk about serious topics. We're huge fans of hers here at the lead. She's also fodder for the special. You call her Bean Wife. You tell her, I tell a very funny story about her determination to struggle hummus through airport security. And you acknowledge that for her, it's hard to be married to a comedian. Does she mind being used in your end?
Look, she has veto power, and my only defense for myself is that I was a comedian when I met her, so she did kind of go in with eyes wide open. But she's fantastic. You know, she has a great sense of humor that is also a sort of unforgiving sense of humor. She does not like the hacky jokes. She only likes the good stuff. And so basically her rule is if it's really good, and if I could say it in an original way, I'm allowed to, you know, take our business to the streets.
So you largely avoid talking about politics in this special.
Yeah.
You do tell a story about when your kids got to meet President Biden. He was a guest on the show. Take a look at this clip.
He reached into a bag and he pulled out a stuffed Commander, the White House dog. And he held it out to Addie and he went like, He does go on to say full sentences, I should know.
I know, but it sounds a lot more accurate in that little clip. But tell me why you wanted to keep the special focus more on family and less on current events, which obviously is your bread and butter during the week.
Yeah, you know, I feel like with the weekly show, you know, I should say daily show, right? We're doing it, and we understand that it has its most value that night for the next morning, maybe. And then they don't age particularly well. And I wanted to make an hour that people could watch 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and would still be entertaining because it's about stuff that is not going to go out of style. And it's also just, look, you do it too. Sometimes it's fun to talk about things you love as opposed to things that make you angry. And even though my kids sometimes are frustrating, I never don't love them. And I think that comes across in the special.
I don't think you and I ever talk about politics, really, when you and I are...
We don't really. When we get together, we really don't.
It's a lot about comedy and a lot about family. So we should have a new president, but some... Fair to
If
say...
you say so, you're CNN, right?
You're not a strong supporter of Donald Trump. But let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Should he win,
yeah.
as a writer, you're going to have a lot more material. it's entirely possible that late night ratings, not just for your show, but every comedy show, and also I should acknowledge cable news, will go way up because there will be a lot more going on. Do you ever think about the election personally versus professionally? Like, are you preparing for a Trump victory in any way, thinking, well, at the very least, it will be good for our family financially?
Yeah, I'm very happy to say I'm not looking at this election for my own financial well-being, and I'm very disappointed in the people who seem to make that their number one reason for who they're voting for. Look, I personally would be very tired to go through another 4 years like we did the first time out. I think, material when you're a comedian is always out there. You don't have to have it served if you want to play it. It's almost more fun when it's a little bit harder to get to. So I would appreciate the challenge of a post-Trump world where we didn't have it sort of thrown in our face every day. I bet you probably feel the same. I mean, I know you're not allowed to say that.
You have no idea who I'm voting for or what I think about any of this, and I'll cover the news no matter what. Right down the middle.
57 to 43.
Seth Meyers, congratulations. The show is fantastic and very, very, very funny.
Trump 57%, Kamala 43.
Seth Meyers,
Come
bad
on.
man walking on Max 7. Thanks so much. Great to see you again.
Thanks, Jake. Great being here. Thank you, everybody.
I just said who will be president.
Kamala Harris will head to battleground Wisconsin. Donald Trump will also be in Wisconsin this evening. Much more in the 2024 league with 6 days left in this race.
You did? What?
Because I don't think you're allowed women to be president.
Hold up! It's Jimmy Fallon, and you're invited to my place for Christmas. Get ready for a new channel of classic holiday songs handpicked by me.
Yep.
Plus music from my new Christmas album, Holiday Season. Jimmy Fallon's Holiday Seasoning Radio. For a limited time, starting Friday. Channel 17 or listen at home. Sirius XM app. Just search Jimmy Fallon.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs being made available, control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for the program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-474-1867.
Mortgage, the kids' tuition, and all the other bills. Grief. The last thing you would want is for your family to have to sell the house and struggle to survive financially. Those we can get you covered in 10 minutes and food, family protected. Rates can increase the longer you wait, so no more excuses. Take 10 minutes today and discover the modern way to get the life insurance coverage you need. ECO's fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at startethos.com. That's startethos.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything, from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits. A $2,000 value, free.
Endurance has paid hundreds of millions in claims. Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-290-0259. That's 800-290-0259. 800-290-0259.
Do you
find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-885-9797. That's 800-885-9797. 800-885-9797.
Boundary pushing hip hop and R&B from around the globe. Music and culture by Drake on his exclusive Sirius XM channel.
Channel 42.
Hear it now on Channel 42 and the Sirius XM app.
And welcome to the Lead Update Capital. We're just 6 days away from Election Day, so please just humor it. Just for a little bit longer, crank up the CNN election jam. I mean, come on. You know, that sweet CNN election. Okay. Right now, we're focused on just a handful of battleground states before President Donald Trump, Vice President Kamala Harris, both holding rallies in North Carolina earlier today. Harris right now in Pennsylvania. Tonight she heads to Wisconsin. Trump is also gearing up for an event in Wisconsin right now. As expected, with less than a week to go, we've heard both candidates speaking about issues such as inflation and immigration. Today, Harris and Trump have also both addressed these comments from President Biden, which have become a major storyline in the race.
Just the other day, a speaker at his rally called Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage. Well, let me tell you something. I don't know the Puerto Rican that I know, or Puerto Rico where I'm in my home state of Delaware. They're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is just supporters. His demonization of things is unconscionable, and it's un-American. It's totally contrary to everything we've done, everything we've been.
Yikes. President Biden making those remarks during a Voto Latino Get Out the Vote call meant to help Vice President Harris, although I doubt that was the kind of help Harris was looking for this morning. She had to address what Biden said.
First of all, he clarified his comments, but let me be clear, I strongly disagree with any criticism of people based on who they vote for. I believe that the work that I do is about representing all the people, whether they support me or not.
And now sources tell CNN that senior campaign officials are hearing from Democrats who want President Biden to just disappear from public view for the next 6 days. One former Biden administration official calling the latest gaffe, quote, infuriating, adding, quote, nobody wants him out there, unquote. The White House is trying to clean up Biden's comments. They insist that he meant not that Trump's supporters are garbage, but that the Trump supporter apostrophe S, as in one comedian who made the garbage joke, rather than supporters with no punctuation. Either way, the most charitable interpretation of the Biden remarks is that he gave the strong impression that he thinks roughly 75 million Americans, Trump supporters, are garbage. The least charitable interpretation, which he denies he meant,
with all the stuff that Trump said, you should be able to say whatever the fuck you want.
They underline why Mr. Biden is no longer the Democratic nominee. They underline why the Harris campaign is reluctant to deploy him on the campaign trail. And they underline why, even for some elected officials who are Democrats, there are questions about Mr. Biden currently occupying the Oval Office. The Trump campaign is now, of course, fundraising off of Biden's comments, and Trump is using the remarks to try to rally his base.
Joe Biden finally said what he and Kamala really think of our supporters. He called them garbage. And they mean it. Even though, without question, my supporters are far higher quality than Crooked Joe
Oh, there you go.
Let's bring in our CNN correspondents covering the presidential race. Jeff Zeleny, you're with the Harris campaign in Madison, Wisconsin. How much have these comments become a distraction, a problem for the vice president?
Look, Jake, Vice President Harris and her team clearly wanted to be talking about the big speech she gave last night in Washington as she took her campaign back to the road. Instead, the first thing she had to do was disassociate herself from the president's remarks. But beyond that, there is no doubt when you talk to advisors privately, they wish President Biden wouldn't have said it. They do believe it's a motivating factor for Trump supporters, but they do not believe there's any significant long-term political damage. Why? Because this race is locked in. It is a turnout race by now. People largely believe that President Biden misspoke once again. but it is cleanup aisle for the president, and that's not what Vice President Harris wanted to do. What she wants to do in her closing days here is really try and extend a bit of unity, and that becomes much more difficult when President Biden said what he did. But when we saw the Vice President earlier today in North Carolina, she again reiterated her message, how she would be the president for those who vote for her and those who don't.
Here is my pledge to you. As your president, I pledge to seek common ground and common sense solutions to the challenges you face. I am not looking to score political points. I am looking to make progress. And I pledge to you, I will listen to experts. I will listen to those impacted by the decisions I make.
So the question here in the closing days of this race, it is a turnout day, and for Democrats and independents and even some moderate
suggested that people who are going to vote for Harris are the enemy within to take issue with this. But what are you planning? What are you hearing about how they plan to try to capitalize on Biden's remark?
Jake, you just stole my line. I was going to say that after I threw to my sound afterwards, so I'll have to get back to that later. But what I'm going to say is that Donald Trump, this is clearly somewhat of a gift from Joe Biden. Donald Trump's team is taking this and they're running with it. Let's talk about how we spent the last 3 days. For the last 3 days talking about racist, vile remarks that were the pre-program leading up to Donald Trump's Madison Square Garden rally. This is the opportunity for them to try and flip the script, to try and change that narrative. There's a basket of deplorable.
If you don't love America, you can't be. You hate the American people.
Now, back to your original point, this is obviously Donald Trump, the same person who has said the Democrats are the enemy within, who has spent the last year and a half attacking Democrats and anyone who supports them. But they are trying to take this to push turnout. They're trying to motivate their base and Republicans to push them to the polls for early voting. And on November 5th, and they are hoping this gives a little more incentive to those voters who might have been wanting to sit at home. Jake?
And MJ Lee, who reported on this last night and also brought us a great reporting with Democrats freaking out or upset, I should say, about the comments that Joe Biden made. People talking about how they want to go away. I mean, Biden has acknowledged, and this is long before he was in his 80s, that he's a gaffe machine. I mean, I've been covering him for 25 years. He is prone to this kind of remark. But really a horrible time for him to do this.
Yeah, I mean, we are in the final stretch where plenty of voters are still making errors. They do not give the Trump team any fresh ammunition. And look, transcript or no transcript, apostrophe or no apostrophe, I think you put it best when you said, I think at best, we saw a clear reminder last night of how the president is no longer a clear and effective and cogent messenger for the party. And that, by the way, is why he is no longer the nominee. It is why he is not campaigning every day, really out there alongside the vice president. And what I have been picking up on is a lot of exasperation from Democrats, and most of it is quiet. They're not out there trying to bash the president out in public, but they're exasperated, they're frustrated, and they're concerned because, again, they do not want any kind of distraction like this when it is so late in the game. Some Democrats, I was told, have been actually asking the campaign, seriously, is there some way to try to get the president to be out of the public spotlight for the remaining 6 days leading up to the election? One former administration official was saying, they're furious, and they said nobody wants him out there. I think what is further fueling this sense of freak out and frustration is the sense that, yes, he may have misspoken, but are we seriously comparing what the president said to the years of racist, misogynistic, offensive comments that we have seen Donald Trump's doing for a long time? I think they see this clearly as an apples to oranges comparison.
I certainly understand that sentiment, but that doesn't mean we in the media don't cover it when the president seems to insult 75 million Americans.
Yes, I agree. I agree with you, Jake.
All right, MJ, Jeff, and Kristen, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Joining us now, Democratic Senator Alex Padilla from California, who's no doubt excited to join this conversation. particular moment. Senator, your response to President Biden's comments and the reaction?
Obviously, unfortunate. He clarified, as you mentioned just a minute ago, he's been noticing gap machine for years and years and years. And so let's move on. Let's move forward and provide everybody entertaining this conversation who the two candidates are. Next Tuesday, if not beforehand, early voting people are choosing between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. And so that's where the focus ought to be. Let's look at what their closing arguments are. Let's look at what their track record has been in past week. And the choice is going to be clearer. It's going to be Kamala. My choice. That's it. I mean, our country's best interest on Trump. Just 2 days.
Last night, Vice President Harris delivered an address with the White House as a backdrop. She had this to say about the issue of immigration. Take a listen.
When I was Attorney General of a border state, I saw the chaos and violence caused by transnational. We will quickly remove those who arrive here.
Present a border state in the Senate. Do you think that's the right message? Is the answer to solve? Is that the answer to solve this major problem across the country?
But when I say border state, that's Kamala Harris represented in the United States Senate and as Attorney General. Leadership, immigration, and the need for immigration reform is complex and needs comprehensive action. But the question is still out there in some people's minds whether Kamala Harris or Democrats are going to go south of the border. Not your answer. We do need a safe border, an orderly border, and a humane border. And she has the experience to make it happen. Having prosecuted transnational gangs as Attorney General is a great foundation for a thoughtful, strategic approach to immigration. And Bob Evans and Donald Trump, he's the one that killed that bipartisan bill that came to the Senate. He's the one that has been vilifying immigrants, not just from Mexico, but from around the world. And he's promised mass deportations on what that would wreck communities, tear apart families, and wreak havoc on the economy. The choice, once again, can't be there. Kamala Harris is the way to go.
Perhaps the number one issue on voters' minds is the economy, where Trump outpolls Kamala Harris. We saw positive GDP numbers today driven by consumer spending. Gas prices are down in many parts of the country, below $3 a gallon in many parts of the country. But we regularly continue to see polls registering voters' dissatisfaction with the Biden-Harris record and with how Harris would handle the economy compared to President Trump. What the Democrats need to do to convince voters.
And Fireworks AI. Right now, Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to OCI for new U.S. customers with a minimum financial commitment. Offer ends December 31st, 2024. See if your company qualifies for this special offer at oracle.com/CNN. That's oracle.com/CNN.
Are you like millions of Americans who avoided filing their taxes this year because you're afraid you'll owe the IRS thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of dollars? Well, you don't need to be afraid anymore. Tax Relief Advocates has the solution. We can file your back tax years and may be able to reduce or even eliminate what you owe. With over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, we've helped over 100,000 Americans, just like you, permanently and painlessly resolve their IRS debt. A resolution specialist is waiting to speak to you now, who will let you know what tax debt reduction you may qualify for. Don't wait. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call our Tax Relief Hotline now to see what you qualify for at 800-277-4619. 800-277-4619. That's 800-277-4619. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
FBI issues warning China has successfully gained access to U.S. energy companies, telecommunications, and water plants, meaning you and your family are in critical danger of random blackouts. Are you ready? Fort Patriots has you covered with a powerful solar generator that's safe enough to use inside and never needs gas ever. People use their solar generators to power big appliances like their fridge for days. Kevin M. from Savannah said, I ran 2 refrigerators and 2 freezers. Angel H. from Texas said, It's a lifesaver. And Dr. Bell said not only is the generator great, the customer service is fantastic. Why use unsafe gas generators that breathe toxic fumes? Play it safe with the Patriot Power Solar Generator 2000X by 4 Patriots. This best-selling generator is sold out before, so don't wait or you may find yourself in the dark during a dangerous blackout. Go to getsolar2.com. That's getsolar2.com. Claim a free solar panel and free gifts. Go to getsolar2.com now.
We're back with our 2024 lead with just 6 days left until Election Day. Let's talk about what could happen if Donald Trump wins the White House. Here now, Republican Congressman Dan Crenshaw of Texas, who also serves as Canadian SEAL officer. Thanks for joining us, Congressman. So at Trump's rally at Madison Square Garden, Elon Musk, big supporter of the president, was asked how much money he would cut from the Biden-Harris budget because Trump is going to allow him to be some sort of efficiency guru for the government if Trump is elected. Here's what Elon Musk had to say.
Well, I think we're due at least $2 trillion.
So cutting $2 trillion, and then a user on X or Twitter said, quote, there will be an initial severe overreaction in the economy. This economy propped up with debt, generating asset bubbles and artificially suppressed wages as a result of illegal immigration. Markets will tumble, and that's not Elon Musk, but Musk replied to that saying, sounds about right. So you are a member of Congress. You guys are the ones that get to decide what's in the budget, what's not in the budget. How do you feel about Elon Musk coming in? I'm sure that you support a more balanced budget, but this unelected official doing it.
Well, I mean, he would have no power to. I do think Elon would have an amazing role in the administration. Now, is it just kind of randomly looking around and cutting things? I'm not so sure it's that. But you look at a guy like Elon, amazing businesses. I mean, yeah, I would love to see him work on things. How do we make our acquisition and contracting process in the Department of Defense more efficient so that we're not spending 10 times what we need to spend on whatever weapon system or even remodeling a bathroom to cost 20 times more than it should when you're talking about government contracting. So there's a lot of space for thinkers like him, honestly.
Last Friday, Musk said this about slashing the federal budget during a telephone town hall on Twitter or X. Take a listen.
We have to reduce spending to look economies. And that necessarily involves some temporary hardship, but it will ensure long-term prosperity.
So I guess my question is, do you think that if the people voting for Trump understand this quote-unquote temporary hardship that will come, at least according to Elon Musk?
So he's just going to cut $2 trillion from the debt?
I don't know. And I don't know what he means by temporary hardship, right? Look, this is a longer conversation, Jake, and I know we've talked about it before, but the true problem with our debt and our spending has to do with mandatory spending, things you don't even vote on. And that mandatory spending, about 70% of our federal spending, and that's Social Security, that's Medicare, that's Medicaid. So yeah, if you start to reform those or cut those, it's going to be pain. Now, I don't think that's what he's proposing, because I know President Trump doesn't even support touching those programs. But for people from my generation, we're worried we're never going to have those programs because, and there's for demographic reasons and mathematical reasons why that's true. So there needs to be a more serious conversation in America about what our spending is, where it's going, the truth about where it's going. You know, everybody wants to think that it's in a program that doesn't affect them, but the truth is, it's not. Most of our mandatory spending is indeed in the form of payouts to our senior citizens. We decided a long time ago we want to keep those, but we have to make them sustainable. So look, there's so much devil in the details here when you talk about spending. Like, so I could talk about it for an hour, and I know we don't have that much time.
No, but it is something that I agree with you on. These are not sustainable programs as of right now. So let me ask you about another idea more close to home, more close to Texas, that President Trump has floated, which was added into the 2024 Republican Party platform, which says, quote, Republicans will mobilize military personnel and assets as necessary to crack down hard on the cartels that traffic drugs and people into our country. President Trump said something about this the other day at Mar-a-Lago. We mentioned that you served as a Navy SEAL. You represent a border state. How would it work to deploy military assets to go after cartels? I'm not saying I'm not judging it. I'm just wondering how does that work in the United States, in Mexico? Explain.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where they got this idea from. Oh yeah, it was me. I'm the one who introduced that bill. And authorized use of military force against the cartels. So what does that look like in practice? Because all the headlines, from provocateurs in Mexico that were on the side of President AMLO, thank God he's gone, and your kind of far left activists here in the U.S., they said, well, we're going to invade Mexico. These crazy Republicans want to invade Mexico. Of course, that's not what we're thinking of. What we want is the same kind of relationship that we have with so many other allies across the world. Colombia is probably the best example. So for 30 plus years, we've had a massive military presence in Colombia. We've worked alongside them. We train them. We give them resources. We had a name for it. It's called Plan Colombia. And that turned from almost a failed state in the 90s to what it is now. I grew up there, went to high school there, so I know it pretty well. That's the kind of thing that we envision with Mexico. We want a partner. We want a partner. And this is not a Democrat or Republican issue. This has long been a Mexican government issue, refusing to allow that partnership. We need to change that. I hope the new administration in Mexico realizes that. I think it'll be better than the last one. They were just, the new president, Claudia Sheinbaum, was just, these SEALs are actually going after them. That's the bottom line. Deterrence. When we create that deterrence, we get the cartels to rethink their business. When we get them to rethink putting fentanyl, a poison, into our streets and lacing our drugs with it and killing our kids. That's the ultimate end goal here.
See, as always. Every day there are at least a handful of new polls in the presidential race, plus you've got polls for the House races, the Senate races, the governor's races, races on the state and local level. We're breaking down just how accurate they are. Stay with us.
You owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-474-1867. 800-474-1867. Again, that's 800-474-1867.
Life insurance. What's your excuse for putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think your work coverage is enough? There's a lot of excuses for putting off life insurance, but one big reason why you shouldn't. If the unexpected were to happen to you, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' tuition, and all the other bills? In a time of grief, the last thing you would want is for your family to have to sell the house and struggle to survive financially. At Ethos, we could get you covered in just 10 minutes, and boom, family protected. Rates can increase the longer you wait, so no more excuses. Take 10 minutes today and discover the modern way to get the life insurance coverage you need. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at startethos.com. That's startethos.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for anybody. Electrical, transmission, AC.
A really interesting point, which is you've got the bros to the Trump campaign. You've got the net. And that event was, there was very, and like you got them. Yeah. You should be reaching out to the people who are, who are likely to maybe not follow the lead of, but they care about Liz Cheney or Nikki Haley. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I was talking to somebody
theory is that this was a Don Jr. joint, and that, you know, you could probably, in backstage, Don Jr. was probably chest pumping people with all those great jokes and all that kind of thing. And they have a thing that made them pick J.D. Vance, that they think to get the low propensity dudes who are on the couch and convince them to actually vote. I think, you know, Nikki Haley's position is politically smart. She's like, I'm happy to help. You gotta ask me. Which guarantees she will not be asked, that she will help, because Trump will never ask.
And Nikki Haley went on Fox and basically said what Megyn Kelly did, which is, you gotta reach women.
She's supposed to go out there, and there are Democrats. There are 47,000 people in Wisconsin who voted for Nikki Haley. We all know the margins. There was like 10,000 votes. It matters. In Pennsylvania, it was even more, and she had dropped out for a month and still got like 60,000 votes. Those folks vote too. These are not like low propensity folks, or these young 20-year-old men who ain't gonna vote. Working middle-class women in the suburbs of Philly, they're going to go vote, and that's her voters.
Why aren't they reaching out to Nikki Haley and asking her? I don't know, people.
They've got a theory that they don't need to, that they are not looking, the bucket things are looking for completely different universes of voters. The theory of the Harris people is that it's sort of centrist, moderates, suburbanites, Nikki Haley voter type. And the Trump people have a theory that it's this hidden, you know, proletariat that only they can around.
The YouTubers, the Joe Rogan listeners.
And let's not fool ourselves. It's Donald Trump. She ran against him. It hurt his feelings. It's not what he does. He don't apologize, and he don't like people who run against him.
I guess we'll see whose theory is correct. Thanks to both of you for being here. Coming up next, a devastating story from ProPublica about a woman in Texas who died after doctors delayed medical care as she suffered a miscarriage. The reporter behind this story joins us live next to Explain.
That shit gonna be happening right and left, huh?
Yep.
Search Kings is saying out loud what many small business owners are thinking. What good is a digital plan and all of its buzzwords if it doesn't make the phones buzz at your business? Discover instead what thousands of business owners already know.
Abortions for medical reasons.
The phone rings with Search Kings.
They didn't realize that.
And with Call Intelligence.
Get pregnant, did one baby, got rid of it. They didn't take into account incest. Rape. You know what I'm saying? Medical reasons, medical health for her mother or for the baby. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't think they took that shit into account.
Yeah, that was a can of worms I don't think they wanted to open.
Thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of dollars.
They should have left it like it was. Roe v. Wade was perfect.
The problem is that he really thought that it was going to move the needle for him by him getting rid of it because of pro-life, not realizing that there's a lot of women who are pro-life, who are also pro-health and pro-woman, meaning that it's up to the woman to be able to decide what she wants to be able to do with her body. Right, which means that they should be able to have, there should be some restrictions, but not all restrictions.
Yeah, I think when you come to that, you draw that line, making a decision for another adult or another person, that's not only non-constitutional, that's irrational and fucking unheard of. How you just tell a motherfucker, make a law about what somebody can do with their body. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't understand.
When was the last time you detoxed your body? If you're like most people, the answer is
like you said, they don't tell men they're gonna go out and get fixed.
Every day from pollution in the air we
Not just that, but how about just tell men if he's having ED, because there's probably just as many men that have ED and done so well. If you got ED problems, you find a way to work it out. You can no longer have your medication. You can have medication,
Either that or give pills to make them have ED. How about we make you take these pills and you can't get hard? You know what I'm saying?
Containing a powerful blend of turmeric, milk crystal, and man's body extract,
and a man, because they've always been in control of
detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle. Try Active Liver today and start feeling better with more energy immediately. Active Liver comes in both a delicious gummy or tablet.
I think a lot of men these days,
in stores at CVS or
even men my age, are just so stuck in their ways and they believe that men are inferior to women.
Public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
Like Tupac said, we got our name from a woman and our game from a woman.
But you got your life from a woman too. You know what I'm saying? Without that woman, you wouldn't be here. Let's not get it twisted. Yeah, man's sperm hurts. They have artificial insemination all the time. Let's not get it twisted.
Timeshare Resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only
I just opened my second one. I left a little bit of that other one I had. That one was
So for your customers, get closer to what moves them. Learn more about how it
yeah, got before, right?
can benefit your business. Dial pound 250 on your mobile phone and say Sirius XM advertising for more information. Again, dial pound 250 and say Sirius XM advertising.
I believe in the fundamental freedom of Americans to make decisions about their own bodies. I will fight to restore what Donald Trump and his hand-selected Supreme Court justices took away from the women of America.
Vice President Harris there from her speech to the Olympics last night, trying to draw contrast between herself and Donald Trump on the issue of abortion rights after the fall of Roe v. Wade in Texas. The tragic story highlights the impact of some abortion laws. ProPublica chronicled a mother named Gisele Barnica who wanted nothing more than to bring a second child into her family, but she died of sepsis. ProPublica reports this was after hospital staff waited 40 hours to intervene in her miscarriage. They believed any treatment they gave her could potentially be considered a crime according to Texas law. Here to talk more about this is Cassandra O'Neill, who reported on this case for ProPublica. Cassandra, thanks so much. So walk us through what you learned about the treatment delays that ultimately led to Gisele's death, and why this happened under Texas law.
Yes, Jake, thanks for having us. Gisele Barnica, in her 17th week of pregnancy, went to the hospital in Houston, complaining of cramping and bleeding. And very quickly, the doctors realized she was having a miscarriage, and she was admitted into the hospital. And at that time, when she's getting evaluated, her cervix is dilated to 9 centimeters. It's a very complicated miscarriage happening, and yet at the same time, the doctors waited for 40 hours. By the next day, they knew that this was going to be an inevitable miscarriage, and the important thing to note here is that there was no stating that pregnancy at 17 weeks, that fetus was not going to be viable, and we talked to more than a dozen experts who reviewed the facts of this case that said that when you have a patient in these circumstances, there's one of two things you offer. You either speed up the delivery, or you provide an abortion to take out the pregnancy tissue that's within the uterus, and that clearly did not happen here and led to a tragic death of a 28-year-old mother and wife who was very loved.
Sepsis is so horrible and kills so many people, especially in these circumstances. But I have to ask you, were the doctors actually barred from performing an abortion according to Texas law, or were they, because of confusion about the law, were they worried that they were barred from providing that care, but not actually barred?
It's a good question, Jake. We made several attempts to reach the doctors that were a part of Gisele Barnica's case to ask them to help shed light on what happened here. We do know that 2 days that the goes into effect, which states that if there is cardiac fetal activity in a pregnancy after 6 weeks, it is against the law to terminate that pregnancy. And so the timeline here with Gisele's tragic miscarriage and then death certainly raises questions about what was going through the minds of these doctors. At the time when she's in the hospital, she is not facing an imminent medical emergency, which is the medical exception in Texas law. She's technically stable. Now, the law doesn't account for emergencies that can happen, which is tragically what occurred in Gisele Barnica's case.
In a big picture sense, how have these new Texas abortion laws and bans impacted maternal health care across the state? And what are doctors and hospitals saying about their role under these laws? Their role is to save lives.
Right.
I think one thing is really important about Gisele Barnica's case, and also the other story that ProPublica will be reporting here, is that these are women who did not want abortions. They wanted these pregnancies. However, because as they are miscarrying, the fetus technically still has a cardiac, a heartbeat. And it's
noted throughout her medical records in that case. So the Texas law does not specify this gray area of miscarriages. Now, after Jocelyn's death, the Texas Medical Board did provide some guidance with ectopic pregnancies and a condition known as PPROM, which is when a woman's water breaks earlier than expected. However, there's no indication, even with the clarified guidance,
So
that
you going to, even if you want the baby, they won't save you.
Again, that fetus still had a heartbeat, but medically speaking, the doctors know that fetus isn't going to survive.
Sandra,
they need to get a board.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time. We'll be right back.
A board of people that make those decisions.
The problem
I think people will
they went
vote
to
if they knew.
the Supreme Court got rid of Roe versus Wade.
Yeah.
And then they went in and the legislature, Congress, and House of Representatives, like governors and mayors and all the Republican who makes decisions for the states, went in and put this law into effect. And it went through the Texas judicial system. So the problem is until they go back through and they actually change it, it's going to stay the same. And it's going to continue to die.
Yeah.
Trump can put a national ban on abortions and then also have doctors break the HIPAA law and report every single woman that is pregnant and track their pregnancy process, because it violates the HIPAA law for a doctor to discuss their patient's information of what's going on with them. But if it becomes a national ban in a national law, then now these doctors and nurses are going to have to start reporting on every single woman that is pregnant, so that if she ends up getting an abortion, they can actually track it. They can actually track her and see if she had a baby. If she didn't have the baby, they have to backtrack and find out what happened to the baby. And if she got an abortion, that's what I'm saying. If she went to another state and got an abortion, they would be able to go ahead and put her children back. Yeah, it's bad. It's real bad. That's the reason why Kamala is saying, well, people, you know what I'm saying, he's going to put a national abortion ban. Well, how about I'm going to put out a national ban? The woman has her right to choose.
Right.
And she can put the executive order in. She'll be president, so she can put the executive order in that states that she's taking it out of the hands of each one of the states and she's putting it in the hands of a government. The woman has the right to choose what she wants to do with her own body. And then it'll be brought down to the states, because every 2 years, when they have congressional hearings or congressional votes, they can vote on that particular thing. But in the meantime, she'll be able to backtrack everything that all of these states have done, because it'll be an executive order. So she'll have the ability to do that because she's president.
Look, remember when you said that it's mostly white women that's getting abortions?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm thinking. Maybe they trying to do population control. Instead of getting rid of all the white babies, they want you to have them. So the white population can catch up to the black population. I don't know.
Whatever it is, it's bullshit.
Alright, guys. I hate to leave all these people on here, but we gotta go shop.
Yep, we'll be back once we get done shopping.
Yep, catch us in about an hour. BiggMama Trucking and Crocs N Socks. Over and out.
We go.
Guess what? We go. Hasta, what's the name?